Chapter 1044. Unfortunately, the power of the copied sharpness pattern was close to zero. The main reason was that the original sharpness pattern was made by an alchemist, so it wasn't very powerful. Also, there was the loss of energy in the process, and the copying process only imitated the surface of the alchemy pattern. It was already a miracle that 10% of the original effect was retained. Professor Gasker, you want me to ask a Grandmaster Alchemist to make an alchemy item for you to copy the alchemy pattern? David asked. He was starting to understand what Professor Gasker meant. If a Grandmaster Alchemist made the alchemy pattern, then the power of the alchemy pattern would be at least 10 times that of an ordinary alchemist. No matter how much energy was lost, at the very least, the alchemy pattern copied would have the same level as an alchemist's. General David, please help me. If I can get this alchemy item made by Grandmaster Alchemist, then I'm confident that I can upgrade Kaji's weapon by a level. Kaji's battle power will take a huge leap. Professor Gasker said excitedly. Professor Gasker, you probably don't know that this alchemy circle can only be used up to 100 times a day. At this rate, it can only increase the battle power of an elite Kaji, but can't supply an ordinary Kaji. David shook his head. So please ask the Grandmaster Alchemist to make a few more alchemy items. That way, we can increase the production. Professor Gasker said straightforwardly. David didn't want to hurt Professor Gasker's feelings anymore. If he wasn't a Grandmaster Alchemist, then Professor Gasker's idea would be for naught. The number of Grandmaster Alchemists in the entire great world of God could be counted with 2 hands. How could they spare the energy to make something like this for Professor Gasker? I'll ask the Grandmaster Alchemist to try, but it'll take a while. David nodded. General David, half of the research results will go to you. Professor Gasker quickly increased the bargaining chip. David's heart skipped a beat. Once alchemy pattern weapons could be mass-produced, it would have a huge impact on the entire Kaji and Transcendent system. He needed to increase his influence in the Interstellar Federation. Why did those organizations dare to monitor him? Wasn't it because his influence wasn't enough to make them fear him? Or rather, their desire for longevity exceeded the threat of his strength. This kind of weapons reform could greatly increase David's influence in Kaji and Transcendent, making people even more wary of him. The main thing was that David was annoyed. He didn't have the time to constantly wipe out the forces that wanted to deal with him. Instead, he wanted to get to the root of the problem so that others wouldn't dare to have any ideas about him. Professor Gasker, I have a request. If you agree, I will do my best to make it happen. David said after some thought. As long as you can get the Grandmaster Alchemist to help, you can name any conditions you want. Professor Gasker was obviously not a good businessman. This technology must be taken over by the Tordo Fund. All the alchemy pattern weapons must be produced by the Tordo Fund. David smiled as he made his request. That's not a problem. You own half of the research results. Naturally, you have a right to decide. Professor Gasker replied without any hesitation. From Professor Gasker's point of view, he didn't care about profits at all. He only cared about the success of this research. It would make him go down in history. This honor was what Professor Gasker cared about the most. He didn't care who produced it or who managed it. Okay, it's a deal. David said happily. General David, let's take a look at your sniper rifle. I have some ideas about the design of the sniper rifle. Look here. Professor Gasker returned to his original research table and began to talk about the sniper rifle design. David smiled in his heart. This Professor Gasker had his eyes on the Grandmaster alchemy pattern on his sniper rifle. Copying the alchemy pattern was more important than designing the sniper rifle. Now that the alchemy pattern had been agreed, Professor Gasker finally had the energy to start designing the sniper rifle. As Professor Gasker spoke, David's ability in sniper rifle design was far inferior to his. He only listened and did not express his opinion. The more Professor Gasker talked, the more excited he became. His hand kept changing the design on screen. This was probably the most straightforward design he had ever done. He didn't have to consider the user's physique. He only had to maximize the power of the sniper rifle to the maximum value that could be achieved in theory. After a period of time, An extremely exaggerated sniper rifle design appeared on the screen. The body of the rifle was more than 3 meters long, and the barrel alone was more than 2.5 meters long. The barrel was twice the size of the original sniper rifle. Of course, the ammunition had to be specially made. This structure was also the limit of what the human body could use. No matter how big the sniper rifle was, it couldn't be used in the hand. The patterns on the inner wall of the rifle, as well as the ammunition system, were all based on the latest technology. In terms of details, Professor Gasker had done the best. Because the final product of the design was unique, there was no trouble in terms of intellectual property rights. The design he used was the best choice he could find. Professor Gasker, what is the estimated power of this design? David had a great love for sniper rifles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way here just for a sniper rifle. According to David's strength, even without a sniper rifle, he was invincible in the Federation. However, sniper rifles were special to him. When he was in the Federation, he relied on sniper rifles to get through danger after danger and defeat one enemy after another. Now that he realized that sniper rifles still had potential, David would never give up on sniper rifles. Without the support of alchemy patterns, the special bullets can threaten a level 5 insectoid. Professor Gasker said confidently. David frowned. The power of the sniper rifle differed greatly from his estimation. In his estimation, the sniper rifle could only kill a class 4 insectoid at most. As for breaking through a level 5 insectoid's defense, if the sniper rifle and bullets were not supported by alchemy patterns, it would be impossible. What kind of special bullets are you talking about? David asked suspiciously. Have you heard of perfect-grade kryptonite? Using perfect-grade kryptonite, powder, and top-grade kryptonite, powder can increase the propulsion of the sniper bullet to the limit of the body of a Tier 5 sniper rifle. Then, using Tier 5 materials to make the bullet, it can break through the defense of a Tier 5 Zerg. Professor Gasker explained. Can I see the ammunition formula? David analyzed in his mind. He still needed more information to make an accurate judgment, so he asked. You have the right, Professor Gasker said with a smile as he operated on the screen. Soon, the formula of perfect-grade kryptonite powder and top-grade kryptonite powder appeared on the screen. In addition to these two main materials, there were more than 100 auxiliary materials. For 10,000 years, the Federation had been researching the application of kryptonite. In order to increase the power of kryptonite, countless experiments had been carried out. David knew the importance of this formula. Anything related to perfect-grade kryptonite was a top secret of the Federation. In his brain, his main soul and 137 soul avatars began to analyze and calculate. Data after data was inserted into his brain, and the sniper rifle was formed in his mind. After a minute, David opened his eyes with a smile on his face. He had gotten what he wanted. Professor Gasker was indeed the top individual weapon expert in the Interstellar Federation. With the help of the Grandmaster alchemy pattern and super special ammunition, the sniper rifle he designed could break through the defense of a legendary. Perhaps Professor Gasker still didn't know what the sniper rifle he had designed represented. Because it was too powerful, the recoil was naturally increased by a lot. This sniper rifle could be used by a peak level 5 Holy Knight, and he would need to rest for a few minutes after firing a shot. However, this was the first weapon that could be used by a level 5 Holy Knight. All the user needed to do was to learn how to use the sniper rifle. David looked at the result of the combination of the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. This weapon was made from level 5 materials, but it had the power of a godly weapon. Although the user of the sniper rifle needed to be talented in sniping, otherwise they wouldn't be able to hit the enemy. However, this sniper rifle could already challenge the power of a divine weapon. David smiled and said to Professor Gasker, Professor Gasker, I'm very satisfied with this design. Thank you for your help. I'll have the Tordo Fund discuss with you about the alchemy pattern duplication. Professor Gasker was still a little worried. This is what I should do. Please get a Grandmaster Alchemist to do it as soon as possible. David made a copy of the sniper rifle design and said goodbye to Professor Gasker. Professor Gasker didn't send him off. Instead, he went back to studying the alchemy pattern duplication. When he walked back to the hall, a researcher quickly chased after him. The researcher said with a respectful smile, "General David, Professor Gasker asked me to draw your blood." David looked at the researcher and asked in a low voice, "Who sent you?" The researcher's expression didn't change. It was as if he really was sent by Professor Gasker. The researcher replied, "Professor Gasker sent me to draw your blood. The professor has obtained a new type of metal. After adding your blood, it will make the weapon easier to make." If David didn't know that he didn't ask Professor Gasker to make the weapon and only gave him a design, he would have thought it was Professor Gasker's idea just by looking at the researcher's expression. David reached out and grabbed the researcher's neck. "If you don't want to talk, then follow me back to the Federal High Command." As soon as David made his move, the alarm went off. More than 10 military Kaji law enforcers appeared around them. However, after seeing David's general rank, these Kaji law enforcers all saluted, but they didn't leave. David glanced at the Kaji law enforcers and said, "Tell Minister Dalton that I'm taking this researcher back to assist in the investigation. If there's anything, tell him to come to the Federal High Command." "Can you tell us your identity?" Captain Kaji law enforcers asked aloud. "I'm General David, under the Federal High Command." David opened his identity bracelet and introduced himself in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, General David, please." Captain Kaji law enforcers glanced at the identity data on the exoskeleton armor and quickly said with a change in expression. The rest of the Kaji law enforcers had extreme admiration in their eyes. This was the Federation War God. This was General David who defeated the great world of God Temple Knight with one sword. Since the award ceremony had just ended, the news of David's promotion to general was still spreading. The Kaji law enforcers hadn't received the news yet, so they didn't recognize David immediately. After recognizing General David, the Kaji law enforcers didn't want to stop him at all. This was not only because of General David's power, but also because the Kaji law enforcers didn't think General David would purposely make things difficult for a researcher. The researcher must have done something illegal. As soon as David took the researcher out of the equipment department, the situation here was also reported to Minister Dalton. There was extremely high security monitoring equipment in the hall of the Research Institute, so the researcher's every move was recorded. Minister Dalton yelled with an ugly expression, "Shame on you. Go and investigate. Contact all connections and ask them to assist in the investigation. Whoever dares to touch the equipment department will pay the price." He had just begged Grand Marshal Andre to invite General David, and then a researcher wanted to take blood from General David. Wasn't this a slap to the equipment department's face? Minister Dalton obviously knew about the rumors from the great world of God. It was said that General David had a special bloodline in his body that could extend a person's life by 1,000 years. However, regardless of whether this rumor was true or not, even if General David had such a bloodline, he couldn't extend his life with just a little blood. The Federation had been researching the Knight bloodline for nearly 10,000 years, and they had already achieved results. The Federal Military Equipment Department took action. After Minister Dalton gave the order, almost all parties on planet Origin started to investigate. It had to be said that the Federal Military Equipment Department was very important. Whether it was the military or the civilian population, the Federal Military Equipment Department had a great influence. The military equipment of the major financial groups and forces had to be evaluated and approved by the Federal Military Equipment Department before it could enter the military. In the eyes of many financial groups and forces, this was a department that they couldn't afford to offend. The equipment of the various military units was distributed by the Federal Military Equipment Department. Needless to say, this was very important. When Minister Dalton got angry, the entire planet Origin started to move. The intelligence personnel of the various forces started to act frantically. By the time David returned to the Federal High Command by hovercar, Minister Dalton had already sent a preliminary investigation report to his identity bracelet. The preliminary investigation report contained all the information of the researcher, as well as his recent whereabouts and all the people he had come into contact with. Finally, Minister Dalton expressed his sincere apology to David. Chapter 1045. General David. Colonel Eugene is here to report to you. David entered the Federal High Command and was about to find a place to interrogate the researcher when a colonel stopped him and saluted. At the same time, David received a file from Grand Marshal Andre on his identity bracelet. He glanced at it and saw that it was the file of Colonel Eugene. Colonel Eugene, please find a room for me. I want to interrogate this guy. David replied with a military salute. Colonel Eugene was the person in charge of the intelligence team that Grand Marshal Andre had arranged for him. From today onwards, Colonel Eugene was his direct subordinate, so he could order him around very casually. You don't have to do the interrogation yourself. My team has professionals. No one can keep their mouth shut in front of us. Colonel Eugene glanced at the researcher in David's hand and did not find it strange at all. This is the first test for you. Tomorrow, I want to know who ordered him to do this. Who is the mastermind? David said as he handed the researcher in his hand to Colonel Eugene. This mission is very simple. You probably don't know, but Minister Dalton has mobilized almost all the intelligence personnel on planet Origin. As long as the information is sorted out and analyzed, we will be able to come to a conclusion. Colonel Eugene explained with certainty. So, I don't have to share the information with you? David asked with a smile. Are you talking about this document? A light screen appeared on Colonel Eugene's wristband, and the light screen showed some information about the researcher. He asked. David glanced at it and had a new understanding of Colonel Eugene's ability. In such a short time, Colonel Eugene had already received the preliminary investigation report of Minister Dalton. He could imagine how terrifying the intelligence team that Grand Marshal Andre had given him was. Give me the results as soon as possible. David waved his hand and said, I will be in your office in an hour. Colonel Eugene saluted and left. David smiled as he watched Colonel Eugene leave with the researcher. With such an intelligence group, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. David's office was located to the right of the Federal High Command's Grand Marshal's office. This was the central location of the Federal High Command, where the offices of the various deputy marshals were located. However, the design of this office area was very unique. Every office had its own independent entrance and exit, including an underground passage for hover cars. General, my name is Cyril, and I'm your adjutant. You can order me to do anything for you. At the door of the office, Cyril, the adjutant that the Federal High Command had arranged for David, trotted over and saluted. David nodded slightly and instructed, Adjutant Cyril, bring Colonel Eugene in when he arrives later. When David walked into the office, he was still thinking about the changes brought about by the rank of general. Even his adjutant was a colonel. He used the authority of his identity bracelet to open the screen on his desk and connect it to the information platform of the Federal High Command. This was the first time that David had truly understood the internal situation of the federal military. He focused on the information on the 11 deputy marshals, as well as the information on the generals who remained at the Federal High Command. Among these generals, there was a very high chance that they were people who wanted to obtain his blood. Colonel Eugene was even faster than David had imagined. Half an hour later, Cyril led Colonel Eugene into David's office. Colonel Eugene made his way to David's desk and saluted, reporting to Colonel David, The results are out. That's fast. David was a little surprised. He then stood up and made his way to the guest sofa and waved his hand as he said, Have a seat. He didn't like to sit behind his desk and converse with people, especially when Colonel Eugene was going to be his right-hand man. Colonel Eugene didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down on the sofa and pulled out a paper investigation report. David took the paper investigation report and asked, Why didn't you use an electronic document, but a paper one? General David, the person behind the scenes has the authority to access any of my electronic documents. Colonel Eugene replied in a deep voice. David opened the paper investigation report and quickly skimmed through it. There wasn't much content in the investigation report, and the whole incident wasn't very complicated, because David and Professor Gasker's departure wasn't planned in advance, and the trip to the Equipment Department's Research Institute was completely spontaneous. The person behind the scenes could only arrange everything in a short amount of time. A colonel from the Federal High Command contacted a senior researcher from the equipment department, and the senior researcher ordered his subordinate to take a sample of David's blood. Neither the senior researcher nor the researcher in charge of the operation thought that this was a big deal. Taking a sample of blood wouldn't endanger General David's life. Besides, requesting some materials for the purpose of research was something that the research department often did. Even some transcendent would agree to this request. Who knew that David would have such a violent reaction? He immediately took the researcher away. The senior researcher also realized that things weren't going well, especially when Minister Dalton gave the order to investigate. This made him even more shocked. He quickly contacted the colonel from the Federal High Command and asked for help to solve the problem. It was precisely because this operation was extremely unprofessional that when it was investigated by professional intelligence personnel, everything was as clear as a mirror. And the senior researcher's contact pointed out the identity of the person behind the scenes to Colonel Eugene. General Milton's adjutant. David looked at the final conclusion of the investigation report. The colonel from the Federal High Command was General Milton's adjutant, and he couldn't help but frown and ask, "Yes, I'm sending my subordinate to the equipment department to arrest someone. I believe that as long as the senior researcher is caught, there will be evidence." Colonel Eugene looked at David's expression and said, "Who was General Milton?" He was one of the 11 deputy commanders of the Federation and had great power in the military. Being ordered by General Milton's adjutant was equivalent to being ordered by General Milton. There was no difference between the two. The adjutant represented the senior officer. David closed his eyes and seemed to be resting, but his spirit was spreading out. His office was very large, and it was a complete suite. His spirit spread out of his office and found General Milton's office, according to the information he obtained from the federal military. "Have you finished wrapping up?" General Milton sat behind his desk and asked his adjutant in a deep voice. General Milton was very angry. He had arranged for his adjutant to handle a small matter, but who knew that things would become so big? David had captured the researcher in the equipment department, and then Minister Dalton had contacted various forces to investigate like crazy. This had made General Milton very passive. General Milton didn't want to offend David at all, but 1,000 years of life extension was like a demon's whisper that tempted him. In the past, General Milton didn't believe in this kind of thing, but there was one thing that made him believe that David could really extend his life. It happened to Grand Marshal Andre. Before Grand Marshal Andre met with David, his health was very bad. This was also the reason why the deputy commanders wanted to fight for power. However, after meeting with David, Grand Marshal Andre appeared at the Federal High Command the next day. His face was obviously much younger, and his spirit was completely different. For a long time after that, Grand Marshal Andre showed energy that he shouldn't have at his age. After continuous large-scale wars, Grand Marshal Andre seemed to be dozens of years younger. He commanded and controlled the Federation Army calmly. Before there were rumors about David, General Milton had a lot of guesses. However, after hearing about David's rumors, General Milton's only thought was that David had found a way to extend Grand Marshal Andre's life. Grand Marshal Andre didn't seem to be dozens of years younger, but he was really young. Knowing that David was extremely terrifying, General Milton still chose to believe the rumors from the great world of God. He arranged for his adjutant to act according to the circumstances. "General, don't worry, the end is done." The adjutant understood General Milton's temper and replied respectfully, "Don't start with General David anymore. Find a way to capture his family and use the forces that we don't have contact with. He misses his family very much. The madness he went for his girlfriend last time just happened to expose his weakness." General Milton ordered calmly. Although General Milton was afraid of David's strength, he knew how to avoid a direct confrontation with David. Anyway, as long as he found a good scapegoat, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. General Milton thought that the operation this time had ended well. With David's power that had just officially entered the Federal High Command, it was impossible for him to find out much information. Even if he found out that there was no evidence, General Milton wasn't worried about anything. After General Milton said that he wanted to capture David's family, before the adjutant could respond, the air in General Milton's office seemed to have become sticky. General Milton realized that something was wrong. He wanted to shout, but he didn't even have the ability to open his mouth. His adjutant used an extremely mechanical movement to pick up a decoration on the table. This decoration was General Milton's favorite, and he would clean and play with it every day. After the adjutant picked up the decoration, he smashed it heavily on General Milton's head. Once, twice, thrice. The adjutant's movements were very mechanical, but very powerful. Every time he smashed it, blood would splash out. When the smell of blood appeared, the six transcendent who were originally ordered not to approach General Milton also ignored General Milton's order. As soon as they entered General Milton's office, they saw the adjutant who was committing a crime and General Milton, who had fallen to the ground with his head deformed. General David, I'm sorry. The capture operation at the equipment department failed. The senior researcher has been killed. Colonel Eugene said to David with some shame. He had made a good promise previously, thinking that he could obtain evidence against General Milton and complete the first mission that General David had given him. Who knew that he was still a step too late? The target had been killed. Although the mastermind behind the scenes had been found, it was impossible to trip up General Milton. It's not your fault. You did a good job. Thank the intelligence team for me, David said with a smile. Seeing that David didn't seem to want to pursue the matter, to be honest, Colonel Eugene was a little displeased. There were many legends about David, but in every story, David was a straightforward person. Colonel Eugene thought that General David would at least make a scene and embarrass General Milton, as well as show his presence in the Federal High Command. However, he didn't expect General David to let this matter go so easily. It wasn't like the legends at all. With slight disappointment, Colonel Eugene walked out of General David's office and saw Cyril's adjutant, who was about to enter the office with a nervous expression. Adjutant Cyril, what's the matter? Colonel Eugene asked curiously. As an adjutant, Cyril's adjutant had received relevant training. Most of the time, he was extremely calm. Why would he have such an expression? There's news from General Milton's office just now. The adjutant smashed General Milton to death. When the transcendent guards arrived, General Milton's head had already been deformed. Cyril's adjutant said vividly. Colonel Eugene and Cyril's adjutant were both direct subordinates of General David, so they were in the same department. In addition, Colonel Eugene was an intelligence officer, so he would find out about it immediately. Hence, Cyril's adjutant didn't intend to hide it at all. Cyril's adjutant had also worked in the Federal High Command for a long time. Although he didn't have many high-level connections, he had many friends at his level. He received the news as soon as it happened. Upon hearing this shocking news, Colonel Eugene's mouth gaped open in disbelief. Colonel Eugene could guarantee with his own head that this was done by General David. Even though the 6 transcendent guards had seen General Milton's adjutant kill General Milton with his own eyes, Colonel Eugene was 100% sure that General David was the one who did it. Others might not know some extremely secretive secrets, but Colonel Eugene, who had previously worked under Grand Marshal Andre, knew about General David's past. In the past, there were as many as 13 deputy commanders of the federal military. In the same year, 2 of them had died one after another. According to the investigation of Grand Marshal Andre's intelligence system, there was a large possibility that General David was the one who did it. Colonel Eugene finally understood that he had underestimated General David's desire for revenge. As soon as he received the information, General David had already prepared for revenge. As for how General David had gotten his adjutant to kill General Milton, Colonel Eugene would be able to accept it no matter how strange it was. What kind of general am I following? Colonel Eugene muttered to himself. He didn't know what he was feeling right now. The death of a Federation deputy commander was not a small matter. The entire Federal High Command became nervous, and the Security Department began to investigate. As for General Milton's adjutant, after being controlled by the 6 transcendent guards, he kept shouting, "Kill you, kill you." Therefore, the people involved in the investigation all had strange expressions on their faces when they saw the adjutant's expression. This was because this adjutant's retarded state was very similar to the retarded General David created in the operation to destroy the three super consortiums. Chapter 1046. The Grand Marshal is furious. Jekyll's adjutant carefully pointed at the Grand Marshal's office and told David. Grand Marshal Andre called David to the Grand Marshal's office before he could investigate the sudden death of General Milton. David smiled gratefully at Jekyll's adjutant. He naturally understood why Grand Marshal Andre was angry. Jekyll's adjutant pushed open the office door, but he didn't go in. He only let David in. He didn't want to face the angry Grand Marshal Andre. He would be scolded as well if he went in. David, what do you want me to say about you? After David entered the office, Grand Marshal Andre stood up and pointed at him helplessly. Unlike what Adjutant Jekyll said, after David entered the office, Grand Marshal Andre stood up and pointed at him. If Grand Marshal Andre pointed at David and scolded him or flew into a rage, David could pretend that he didn't know anything about General Milton. Anyway, the real murderer had been caught, and the scene of the operation was witnessed by many transcendent. With so many witnesses, it wouldn't be his turn to be accused. I didn't want to do it either. If General Milton only wanted to deal with me, I could still tolerate it, but he was going to send people to deal with my family. David didn't quibble and explained in a deep voice. Grand Marshal Andre sighed in his heart. It was indeed David's doing. Grand Marshal Andre was 90% sure of his guess because, according to the information sent by his intelligence personnel, the incident at the Federal Military Equipment Department's Research Institute was arranged by General Milton's adjutant. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. Although General Milton's actions were a little out of line, it wasn't to the point of killing him directly. This was also the reason why Grand Marshal Andre was angry. If David killed the Federation's adjutant over a small matter, then he wouldn't be able to keep David in the Federal High Command. Grand Marshal Andre knew very well how powerful David was. He could easily defeat the top noble overlord of the great world of God and kill fifth-level Zergs consecutively. All these showed that David was stronger than a fifth-level Zerg. With such combat power, David was already a heaven-defying existence in the Interstellar Federation. Grand Marshal Andre promoted him to general and kept him by his side to restrain David. After hearing David's explanation, Grand Marshal Andre thought that General Milton was digging his own grave. David's family members were his reverse scale. Anyone who touched them would die. This was the conclusion that he had reached after many incidents. Do you know, many adjutants have already asked me to change offices. Grand Marshal Andre changed the topic. When David heard that Grand Marshal Andre didn't mention General Milton's murder anymore, he knew that the matter was over. If they want to change, then so be it. There are many offices in the Federal High Command anyway, David said with a smile. Change your office to District 3 tomorrow. Grand Marshal Andre glared at David and said, why did those adjutants want to change offices? Wasn't it because they felt that David's office, which was a time bomb, was next to theirs? This made them very uneasy. No one was an idiot. General Milton's death seemed to be the doing of the adjutant, but none of these adjutants would believe that. The adjutant and General Milton were dependent on each other. The adjutant was the closest person to General Milton. If the adjutant wanted to harm General Milton, he had 100 other ways to do it secretly. He definitely wouldn't be so stupid as to use something to smash General Milton. Yes, Grand Marshal. David smiled and saluted. Don't cause any more trouble for the time being. General Milton's death has a huge impact. It will take some time for things to settle down. Grand Marshal Andre said in a deep voice. Grand Marshal Andre watched David leave the office and couldn't help but shake his head. He also wanted to punish David, but he knew that unless the Interstellar Federation wanted to lose a super strong person like David, they couldn't fall out with David. David had killed General Milton. Just based on his relationship with David, he wouldn't protect David so easily. However, this also involved David's combat strength, which directly affected the peak combat strength of the Interstellar Federation. This was completely different. Milton, I didn't expect him to die like this. When Grand Marshal Andre uttered Admiral Milton's name softly, the There was a faint smile on his face. He would only reveal his true thoughts when there was no one around. General Milton was not a kind person. He had an extremely strong influence in the federal military. He was ruthless and had a strong style. He had roped in a group of military personnel from the Eagle faction. Grand Marshal André had also thought of dealing with General Milton, but he didn't dare to act rashly because he was worried that there would be internal strife. Grand Marshal André didn't doubt David's reason at all. General Milton's style of doing things was like this. He just didn't expect General Milton to act so hastily. In fact, General Milton's mind was very clear. He also understood David's strength. He also knew what the Black Dragon's body represented. According to the news from the great world of God, as long as the Black Dragon's body was given time to grow, it would become more and more powerful to the point where it couldn't be suppressed. Therefore, if General Milton wanted to obtain the secret of extending his life by 1,000 years from David, he had to act as soon as possible. The later he acted, the stronger David would become. In the next few days, the investigation of General Milton's murder yielded a lot of strange information. For example, General Milton had a private army, but the army's military expenses were paid by the federal military. General Milton had a lot of unknown assets under his name. General Milton was implicated in at least 20 murders, and so on. General Milton's scandals broke out like an explosion, and there was solid evidence for each of them. This caused General Milton's reputation to be ruined in just a few days. Among them, there were leaks from the intelligence organization under Grand Marshal André, as well as from the other deputy commanders and others. Everyone kicks a man who is down. It happened everywhere, and it was the same in the federal military. After General Milton's death, there was a power vacuum and a large number of ownerless connections. He became the target of many of the higher-ups in the military. In order to completely destroy General Milton's power and share the big cake, this information appeared. As for the investigation of General Milton's death, due to the conclusive evidence and the testimony of the sixth transcendent, the idiot adjutant was naturally determined to be the murderer. Of course, some important clues were also found during the investigation. For example, one of the six transcendent heard that General Milton had arranged for the adjutant to kidnap General David's family. This transcendent also had a little hobby. He liked to eavesdrop. This was nothing, but when he heard that General Milton was going to deal with General David, he was so scared that he quickly stopped eavesdropping. During the military's investigation, this transcendent told the truth in front of professional investigators. Therefore, the military's final investigation concluded that the adjutant was dissatisfied with General Milton's actions against General David. In a fit of anger, he acted excessively. Because of the self-blame in his heart, his brain was in a mess. This investigation conclusion was accepted by the middle-level and low-level soldiers in the military. The middle-level and low-level soldiers admired General David, so they understood the adjutant's actions very well. However, this investigation conclusion was a joke in the eyes of the higher-ups in the military. In particular, the fact that General Milton wanted to deal with General David's family almost proved the reason for General Milton's death. However, the higher-ups in the federal military also understood that it was impossible to convict General David. Regardless of whether there was evidence or not, with General David's current reputation in the military, no one dared to touch General David easily. The 3rd District of the Federal High Command was in a separate area. This was originally the backup area of the Federal High Command. Now, it had become David's office. Although it was called an office, David did not have any real power. He only had an intelligence team and an adjutant under him. Due to General Milton's incident, the personal guards that were originally transferred to David were also delayed. The 3rd District was 2 kilometers away from the deputy commander's office. This also made the deputy commanders think that it was a safe distance and did not complain anymore. Of course, the most important thing was that the Transcendent had confirmed that General Milton wanted to hold David's family hostage. With this reason, the deputy commanders also understood that David did not act for no reason, and the worries in their hearts lessened a lot. Due to the large number of scandals that resulted from the investigation of General Milton's murder, this matter was left unsettled. Then, an even more important incident occurred, and the incident with General Milton completely came to an end. On the 10th day after General Milton's murder, the leisurely General David received his first mission after becoming a general, which was to participate in the Federal High Command's military meeting. David walked into the meeting room and saw the 15 generals of the Federal High Command, 6 deputy commanders, and 4 deputy commanders who participated in the meeting through projection. It was shameful to say that this was the first time David had seen most of the generals here. It was obvious how unpopular he was in the Federal High Command. Even among the deputy commanders, other than General Francis, who participated in the meeting through projection, who took the initiative to greet David, the other deputy commanders did not say anything. David did not care. He did not want to have any real power in the military, so he did not care about interpersonal relationships. In fact, the current situation made the deputy commanders feel relieved. General David's performance was just as the intelligence said. General David had no desire for power at all. This was in line with the deputy commander's interests. No one wanted to have another competitor to compete with them for the position of the Grand Marshal. It was not that these generals of the Federal High Command were isolating David, but David's behavior of not negotiating and directly attacking was unacceptable to them. If these generals encountered a situation like David's, they would negotiate with General Milton. Only after the negotiations broke down would they take action. Even if they took action, their target would not be both sides. Instead, they would attack both sides' forces and suppress them with all kinds of methods until one side compromised. This was the way the higher-ups should deal with things. The struggles of the higher-ups generally would not affect the higher-ups themselves. David was an anomaly, making the higher-ups of the military feel that they could not get along with him. Isolating David became inevitable. In the end, David still did not have the understanding of being a higher-up. His style of doing things was still the same as when he was fighting alone. David's arrival made the atmosphere in the conference room a little strange. Fortunately, Grand Marshal Andre walked in at this time. "Thank you, General Francis. He has obtained great benefits for the Federation in the great world of God. After many discussions, the great world of God has agreed to let the Interstellar Federation set up an embassy on the Guardian planet and share the authority to explore the insectoid world's spatial gateway. Now, General Francis, please talk about the spatial gateway in detail." Grand Marshal Andre looked at General Francis' projection with a smile on his face. General Francis had left the Guardian planet for this meeting and was in the outer space of the Warstar. The great world of God needed him here, so he could not return to the Federation for the time being. Everyone, according to the preliminary exploration of the great world of God, the spatial gateway leads to an insectoid planet. There are a large number of insectoids, and the insectoid resources there are extremely rich. General Francis' projection stood up and introduced in high spirits. The victory of this war and the benefits he had obtained for the Federation had written a heavy mark on his resume. This was extremely important for General Francis to succeed Grand Marshal Andre's position in the future. The rest of the vice commanders looked at General Francis and calculated in their hearts. They could not let General Francis interfere in the great world of God anymore. This contribution was too great. If General Francis was allowed to continue, none of them would be able to compete with him. Is there no insectoid God rank on that insectoid planet? A vice commander asked in a deep voice. No, the insectoid God rank has not appeared. It is very likely that he is recovering from his injuries. According to the great world of God's analysis, that insectoid God rank will not be able to return for at least 100 years. General Francis replied. David did not speak. He knew that the insectoid God rank guarding the spatial gateway was not the same insectoid God rank that had entered the great world of God, but he could not say it because there were too many details that could not be explained. He had seen the insectoid God rank at the spatial gateway as Lord Arthur and met the insectoid God rank that had invaded the great world of God as General David. He was 100% sure that the two were completely different. As for why the spatial gateway was not guarded by the insectoid God rank, David did not know. He would never have thought that the fact that the spatial gateway was not guarded by the insectoid god rank, and that the shrines could easily occupy it was closely related to him. If David had not severely injured the Titan Golden Emperor, the Blade Mantis Emperor would not have given up on guarding the spatial gateway and his leader to pursue the Titan Golden Emperor. Do we have a way to establish ourselves on the insectoid planet? Another vice commander asked. We can at the moment. The Temple Knight of the great world of God can only hold on for a short period of time. If we want to establish a stronghold on the insectoid planet, we will need the cooperation of both worlds, General Francis said as he looked at David. Chapter 10:47. The Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God had reached an agreement on the development of the Bug Tribe world on the other side of the portal in the star field of chaos. The agreement was made mainly because the development of the Bug Tribe world had a time limit. The Great World of God sent 2 Temple Knights who were good at defense into the Bug Tribe world. After going through the portal, they had a clear understanding of the Bug Tribe world on the other side of the portal. Although the 2 Temple Knights only stayed for a short 3 seconds before returning through the portal with some injuries, those 3 seconds allowed the Great World of God to have a certain understanding of the situation on the other side of the portal. First of all, the Bug Tribe world on the other side of the portal was a Bug Tribe planet. There were at least 5 or more level 5 bugs there, while the rest were level 1 to level 4 bugs. In fact, there were no God-tier bugs on the Bug Tribe planet, which also determined whether the Bug Tribe planet was worth developing. The 2 Temple Knights risked their lives to go through the portal, and the most important thing was to collect information on the Bug Tribe God-tier bugs. If there were, the Bug Tribe planet on the other side of the portal would be worthless. The portal would only be a place for the 2 God-tier bugs to confront each other. According to the analysis, the Bug Tribe God-tier bugs left with injuries. Although they did not know which God-tier Bug Tribe God-tier bugs left, it would take at least 100 years for them to recover. In other words, the Bug Tribe planet could be developed for at least 100 years. In order to speed up the development process, cooperating with the Interstellar Federation was an excellent choice. Of course, the main reason for this cooperation was that the Great World of God Supreme Council approved of General David's strength. In addition, once they occupied an area on the Bug Tribe planet, the Federation's defense would be of great help. It should be known that during the previous Bug Tribe invasion, it was not the Temple Knights or the Great World of God that killed the bugs the most. It was the Federation's various space weapons. If they wanted to eliminate the bugs as soon as possible, the federal military's participation would be of great help. Seeing that General Francis was looking at him, David turned his head slightly and pretended not to see him. David had no interest in going to the insectoid world at all. As long as his aura appeared in the insectoid world, any insectoid that came within a certain range would attack him madly. Most importantly, the Bug Tribe God level had been looking for him. He could not guarantee that the Bug Tribe planet was not a trap that the Bug Tribe God level had set up on purpose and was waiting for him to go there. I have a plan for building a stronghold on the insectoid planet. Please take a look. General Francis saw David's expression and understood what David meant. He took out the backup plan. David's strength was originally General Francis' first choice. With David's strength, entering the spatial gate to the insectoid planet would allow him to insta-kill a level 5 insectoid at close range and kill level 5 insectoids from afar. As long as there was a group of 6 knights from the temple to set up a knight battle formation to defend, they would be able to quickly clear out any high-level insectoids on the insectoid planet. Once the stronghold was built, with the help of the base, even if David was not there, the federal military and the Great World of God's Knight would be able to defend the base with the cooperation of the base. After defending the base, they would slowly nibble away at the insectoid planet. This process would be the time of harvest. A large number of insectoid corpses would be sent back, allowing both the Great World of God and the Interstellar Federation to benefit. General Francis knew that no one in the Interstellar Federation could force General David, so he showed his other plan on the screen in the conference room. This plan was also the plan that General Francis had discussed with Chairman Gould. Chairman Gould had already confirmed that Lord Arthur would not participate in the development of the insectoid world. David's main body would not be able to go to the insectoid world. If he wanted to go there, he would not need to use such a dangerous method. David's main body had the royal inheritance pattern in it. He was suppressing his level. He did not want to become a demigod without mastering the basic rules. Once his main body entered the insectoid world, it would be affected by the royal inheritance pattern and automatically increase his strength. It was possible that he would become a demigod. Although the probability was small, he did not want to become a weak demigod. It might even affect his god-tier strength in the future. Therefore, when Chairman Gould invited David, he rejected the invitation through the Overlord communication circle. First, we will use the Krypton crystal bomb to teleport to the insectoid planet and bombard it for a long time. The duration of this process depends on how strong the insectoid planet's counterattack is. However, according to the two Temple Knights, it seems that due to the lack of a god-tier insectoid commander, the insectoids on the insectoid planet are in a state of disunity. Only the insectoids within sight will take the initiative to attack the invaders. The rest of the insectoids will not move. If it were not for the multiple level 5 insectoids guarding the teleportation portal, the two Temple Knights would probably be able to clear out an entire area. Then, the great world of God's Temple Knight will enter and defeat the level 5 insectoids. This has been approved by the great world of God's Supreme Council. Finally, our engineers will enter to build fortifications, install defensive weapons systems, and build the first human base on the insectoid planet. This will be the first human counterattack against the insectoid world in history. Whether it succeeds or not, it will be recorded in human history. General Francis was getting more and more excited as he spoke. The plan on the screen was very clear. The vice commanders and generals present could not help but nod in praise. General Francis has worked hard in the defense of the guardian planet of the divine world. I suggest that he return to the Federation to rest for a while. We can send someone else to handle the rest. We can't put all the pressure on him. General Charlie finally could not help but suggest. Yes, the war has ended, but General Francis has not rested yet. His army also needs to rest. This is the time for another army to take over. General Charlie's suggestion was immediately approved by the rest of the vice commanders. General Francis was not surprised by this. He had wanted to return to the Federation for a long time. The contribution this time was great enough. It was also good that the rest of the work was divided. After all, he had already received the credit. General Francis, when the rotating army is done, you can come back. Grand Marshal Andre could only say this when most of the vice commanders agreed. All right, I'll take care of the handover. General Francis nodded in response. Grand Marshal Andre, there are only 10 vice commanders now. According to the Federation's military rules, we need to choose at least one more vice commander to comply with the rules. Please think about it. General Ivan, who was sitting closest to the 10 vice commanders, interjected. General Ivan was the most senior general in the federal military. From his seat, it could be seen that his position in the military was second only to the vice commanders. Previously, 2 of the federal military's vice commanders had died, but after that, there were many incidents. The vice commanders of the federal military did not want to divide the power, so they had not promoted a new vice commander. However, the situation was different now. There were only 10 vice commanders left. According to the federal military rules, the number of vice commanders in the federal military had to be an odd number. This was because when a major federal military event needed to be voted on, each vice commander had the right to vote. The Grand Marshal had the right to 2 votes. If the vice commanders had an even number, then there was a certain chance of a tie, delaying the final decision. The decision of the Federal High Command was related to the safety of the Federation. Because of the system, if the military's decision was delayed, it would endanger the safety of the Federation. General Ivan waited until General Milton's death, so the number of vice commanders in the military became an even number. He waited until the military meeting was held. Naturally, he had to take the initiative to propose the promotion of vice commanders. General Ivan's proposal made the eyes of all the generals in the conference room light up. They all said that they had to abide by the military rules and choose a vice commander as soon as possible. Although the vice commanders did not want to, they had no way to stop it. The final decision returned to Grand Marshal Andre. When General Francis returns, we will begin to elect a new vice commander. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Grand Marshal Andre nodded and said. Grand Marshal Andre also hoped to elect a vice commander as soon as possible. He even wanted to elect 3 vice commanders to fill the 13 vice commanders. This way, the power in the hands of the vice commanders would be dispersed. However, the vice commanders who had power were all obstructing him. It was not realistic to add 3 vice commanders in a short period of time. Among the generals who attended the meeting, except for David, who had just been promoted, who did not have any thoughts, the other 15 generals all looked in the direction of the vice commanders with flickering eyes. They were already planning in their hearts what kind of price they should pay to ask these vice commanders to choose them. As soon as the meeting ended, some of the generals took action. David was not idle either, because President Krieb of the Tordo Fund and Lawyer James came together. In the independent office area, David received his subordinate, President Krieb, and Lawyer James, who had a good relationship with him. Hello, General David. President Krieb, who was in charge of hundreds of trillions of assets, was extremely respectful at this time. He lowered his head and said. On the other hand, Lawyer James looked at the office of the military general very professionally. His relationship with David was more of a cooperative relationship. Although David's position was very high now, he did not have to be too humble. Krieb, you have done very well. Keep it up in the future, and you will receive an unimaginable reward. David looked at President Krieb and promised with a smile. President Krieb let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Although he was in charge of the Tordo Fund, which had become the top financial group in the Federation, in the end, he was just a high-level employee. All of his wealth belonged to General David. If General David was not satisfied with him, he would fall from the heaven of power to hell. If he lost his position as the president of the Tordo Fund, he would be useless. In the past few years, President Krieb had been working hard to manage the Tordo Fund. He wanted to prove his ability to General David. Now that his work was recognized by General David, President Krieb's position was stable. Lawyer James, long time no see. Different from how he treated President Krieb, David stepped forward and stretched out his hand. General David, yes, long time no see. The original professional smile on Lawyer James's face disappeared and was replaced with the most sincere smile. He reached out and shook David's hand and said, Lawyer James was happy. David's attitude towards him meant that David was still the same old David. Their friendship had not changed. The relationship between Lawyer James and David was very complicated. At first, they knew each other because of Emma's family. Later, they became partners because of the fight for the Tordo Fund's assets. Personal and professional relationships deepened the relationship between Lawyer James and David. Lawyer James even became the lawyer of the Tordo Fund and supervised the Tordo Fund for David. David almost did not manage the Tordo Fund at all. It was only because of Master Alva and Lawyer James that the Tordo Fund could operate normally. Of course, David's fierce reputation was also an important reason. Whether it was Planet Cayenne or the entire Cater sector, his terrifying reputation was spread everywhere. As more and more deeds were spread, his reputation became more and more prominent. Because of this, no one in the Interstellar Federation dared to touch the Tordo Fund in the Cater sector. Thank you for your hard work, David said gratefully as he asked Lawyer James to sit down. Master Alva was a martial artist. All he could do was observe the work of the Tordo Fund. Only Lawyer James had the most work. The huge legal team of the Tordo Fund was all managed by Lawyer James. I still have to thank you for giving me the opportunity to become one of the best lawyers in the Federation, Lawyer James said with a wave of his hand. President Krieb, I invited you and Lawyer James over this time because I have an important task for you. David went straight to the point after some small talk. President Krieb and Lawyer James looked at each other. General David definitely did not invite them over for an ordinary matter. Both President Kriebe and Lawyer James were considered important figures in the business circle of the Interstellar Federation. How could they not be surprised and cautious when it was something that General David paid special attention to? Professor Gasker from the Federal Military Equipment Department has a research result that can mass-produce weapons and equipment with the alchemy pattern of the great world of God. David said as he turned on the screen and projected the introduction of the research result that Professor Gasker had sent him. President Krieb's eyes were glued to the contents of the screen. As the manager of the huge Tordo Fund, he might not have done much research on weapons, but that did not stop him from understanding the importance of this research. In order to obtain the great world of God's patterned weapons, President Kriebe used the opportunity of trading with the great world of God to equip his transcendent with alchemy patterned weapons. This was also why the Tordo Fund was able to recruit so many transcendent in such a short time. Chapter 1048. However, even with the convenience of trading with the great world of God, President Kriebe still had to pay a hefty price to obtain the alchemy inscribed weapons and equipment. Not only did he have to pay the price of trading with the great world of God, but he also had to greet the other financial groups that had the right to trade with Planet Warstar. President Kriebe's impression of alchemy inscribed weapons and equipment was that Transcendent's dream. For alchemy inscribed weapons, Transcendent was willing to sell themselves for decades. However, when he heard from General David that Professor Gasker of the Federal Military Equipment Department had the research results of mass-producing alchemy inscribed weapons, President Kriebe almost went crazy. General David, you must obtain this research. This will change the entire Federation's weapons and equipment structure. The traditional weapons and equipment manufacturers will lose their advantages, and we can completely replace them, President Kriebe said excitedly. After acquiring the Surcharge Syndicate and Abu Dhabi's assets, there were also arms industries. However, because the Tordo Fund's connections in this area were weak, although they had acquired these arms industries, they were still some distance away from restoring the previous industry chain. President Kriebe had come to Planet Origin in hopes of establishing connections with the military and obtaining a portion of the arms purchase orders. After hearing that David had become a general of the Federal High Command, President Kriebe had great confidence in obtaining the military purchase orders. I have obtained half of the rights to this research. The specific details will be handled by Lawyer James. As long as there are no legal issues, no one in the Federation will dare to touch my interests, President David said domineeringly. Although he did not care about wealth, he did not want his interests to be touched by others, especially this research result. This would greatly increase his influence in the Federation, and he could not afford to lose it. General David, there will be no legal issues, Lawyer James said with a smile. Will the Tordo Fund organize the production of this research? President Kriebe asked the most important question. Of course, the core components of Professor Gasker's research results need to be provided by me. My condition is that the production will be done by us. David explained with a smile. That's great. The Tordo Fund will become the #1 close combat weapon manufacturer in the Federation and monopolize high-grade close combat weapons, CEO Kriebe said with glowing eyes. In the next 2 days, Lawyer James completed all the legal procedures, including the patent application. Lawyer James was the kind of top lawyer who could create conditions to get things done. Not to mention, Professor Gasker's research results were worthless without the core components provided by General David. Therefore, after 2 meetings, Professor Gasker failed miserably. He only retained his identity as an independent researcher. As for the patent rights and usage rights, they were all under the name of Tordo Arms, which was established by the Tordo Fund. Professor Gasker did not complain. He only cared about the identity of the independent researcher. That was the only thing he cared about. Of course, after signing the agreement, President Kriebe did not treat Professor Gasker unfairly. He paid 1 billion credits as compensation and promised that Professor Gasker's future research would be prioritized in the Tordo Fund's investments. In these 2 days, David's main body rummaged through his space storage and found 15 level 4 Sky Knight corpses. These corpses were all stored away in the past. After the level 4 Sky Knight corpses were useless to him, he put them in his space storage. Now, he needed some not-so-strong combat power to go over to the Interstellar Federation. The level 4 Sky Knight was just right, so David took the time to resurrect all 15 level 4 Sky Knight corpses. The resurrection used the innate ability Spiritual Slumber, which allowed the resurrected level 4 Sky Knights to generate new souls on their own. Then, 10 resurrected level 4 Sky Knight corpses were transferred over from planet Dunar. These resurrected level 4 Sky Knight corpses had gone through nearly 2 years of daily life. Apart from still being silent, they were no different from ordinary Sky Knights. Their way of thinking and combat ability were all becoming more mature. David transferred 10 level 4 Sky Knights from planet Dunar so that the 15 newly resurrected level 4 Sky Knights could share the knowledge and experience of the 10 level 4 Sky Knights who had been resurrected for a long time. In the end, the faces of the 15 level 4 Sky Knights were all changed. David asked Colonel Eugene of the intelligence group to help the 15 level 4 Sky Knight obtain legal Federation identity bracelets. David's main body sent the 15 level 4 Sky Knight corpses to the Federation through the wormhole. Then, they were picked up by the Tordo Fund. Of the 15 level 4 Sky Knight corpses that David resurrected, 5 level 4 Sky Knight corpses would go to Planet Monolith to protect his father, Hans, and his family on Planet Monolith. In the past, there were 6 Transcendent on Planet Monolith. Among them, the Galen Transcendent had a very close relationship with Hans. In addition, David had provided equipment. David's previous enemies were unable to threaten the safety of David's family. But now, with David's identity and strength, the forces that dared to attack him would not take the 6 Transcendent seriously at all. He had to consider the safety of his family. Admiral Milton's plan to kidnap David's family made David pay more attention to the safety of his family. With the combat power of 5 level 4 Sky Knights, as long as the military did not send out an entire fleet to destroy Planet Monolith, the 5 level 4 Sky Knights would be able to take David's family away safely. The other 10 level 4 Sky Knights would enter the Tordo Fund and be assigned by President Creep. Some of them would protect the headquarters of the Tordo Fund, and some of them would protect the newly built Tordo munitions. Professor Gasker, what's with this patent? In the minister's office, Minister Dalton looked at Professor Gasker and asked in a deep voice. Professor Gasker took a look. It was the patent for his research on alchemy pattern duplication technology. His name was written in the research column, and the technology owner was Tordo Munitions. This is the result of my private research, Professor Gasker admitted generously. Professor Gasker did not want to hide it all. Even if Minister Dalton did not look for him now, when the first batch of Tordo Munitions was released, his name would be known by everyone. Professor Gasker, do you know the value of this patent? This will increase the overall combat power of the federal military. How could you sell the patent? Minister Dalton said while trying to suppress his anger. According to the preferential treatment given to researchers by the Federation, researchers could carry out private research outside of work, and they only needed to pay for the materials. This was also a characteristic of the status of researchers. Many researchers had obtained great wealth because of their private research results. This also made the research work more popular, and it was favored by more talented young people. The reason why the technology of the Federation was so advanced was because of the loose research system of researchers. No matter how angry Minister Dalton was, he could not blame Professor Gasker for handling his own private research results. Minister Dalton, this research result is not as important as you think. If General David did not appear and ask the Grand Alchemist of the Great World of God for the Core Alchemy Circle, this research result would only be a paper result. It has no practical use at all. Professor Gasker explained helplessly. Tordo Munitions belongs to General David, right? Minister Dalton thought of the connection between Tordo Munitions and General David and asked. Yes, there will be a Federation weapons exhibition in 2 days. Tordo Munitions will also be participating. The first batch of samples will be displayed there. Professor Gasker nodded. The Federation Weapons Exhibition was a large-scale weapons exhibition organized by the Federal Military Equipment Department. It was located on the first planet of the planet of origin. However, this kind of Federation weapons exhibition was held every 2 years. Minister Dalton would not pay attention to every participating company. At most, he would pay attention to the well-known large arms companies. How could this technology be put into production so quickly? Minister Dalton calculated. It was only 20 days from the date of the patent registration to the Federation Weapons Exhibition. How could the technology be turned into production in such a short time? I don't know the details. I gave the technical information to General David and did not ask about it again. Professor Gasker shook his head and replied. Minister Dalton looked at Professor Gasker, speechless. Such an important research result was dealt with in such a way. If he had known about this result earlier, at least the Federation's equipment department would have a share of the profits. Now, they could only watch. Come with me to see General David. No matter what, the equipment department has to buy the alchemy pattern weapons first. Minister Dalton said in a deep voice. He only hoped that General David would consider the equipment department for the sake of Professor Gasker and sell most of the alchemy pattern weapons to them. David was not in his office at the moment. He was not even in the Federal High Command. He was in a villa on the planet of origin. This was originally Abu Dhabi's property. David had bought it for 1 credit. On the planet of origin, which was the political center of the Federation, the value of such a villa was unimaginable. It was not something that could be measured by credits, because no one on the planet of origin would sell such a villa. Each villa had a history of thousands of years. At least, there had not been a new villa like this in the last 1,000 years. This was now David's temporary residence on the planet of origin. It also had another purpose. The Erdo Arms production workshop was on the 3rd floor of this villa. David was visiting the workshop with President Krieb and Lawyer James. It was called a workshop, but in fact there were only 10 production lines and dozens of robots. The 10 production lines only occupied a corner of the 3rd floor. This was because the production lines were too simple. The biggest one was a super server, which was used to process data. Each of the 10 production lines was only 5 meters long and 1 meter wide. President Krieb, the weapons this time are all provided by me. I hope that the Tordo Fund can produce weapons as soon as possible. Don't let other financial groups block the raw materials. David said in a deep voice. In order to participate in this Federation weapon exhibition, David's original body had cleared out some useless garbage when he was cleaning up the space items. He had also taken out a large number of materials as the reserve materials for the Erdo arms. Of course, the garbage in David's eyes was all treasures in President Krieb's eyes. There were more than 8,000 level 3 weapons and equipment, and there were more than 100 level 4 weapons and equipment. These were not collected by David from the great world of God. After all, the weapons of the great world of God were different from those of the Interstellar Federation. These weapons were the accumulation of David's many battles in the Interstellar Federation. Especially when he was cleaning up the 2 super financial groups, there were a lot of weapons in the super financial group's warehouses. Other than that, there were also level 3 and 4 materials. This was what really surprised President Krieb. Because of a number of materials that David took out, President Krieb almost thought that David had moved into the military's warehouse. If it weren't for the fact that David was afraid of scaring President Krieb and didn't want to arouse suspicion, there wouldn't be enough materials in his space items, even if he filled up the entire basement. President Krieb wasn't worried at all that the other financial groups would block the supply of materials. Not to mention the fact that General David's influence in the military allowed the Tordo Fund to get more materials. Just the materials here were enough to supply the Erdo arms for a year. Don't worry, I've already ordered people to recruit blacksmiths from all over the Interstellar Federation. We're also hoarding materials at all costs. The price of materials on the market has been raised. President Krieb said with a smile. President Krieb had already started hoarding materials as soon as he knew about this patent. At that time, he didn't know that David had so many materials in reserve. But now that he knew, President Krieb didn't plan on stopping the rush of materials. The The materials provided by David, he wouldn't use them unless it was absolutely necessary. They were his backup. "Let's start production." David nodded and said. President Krebs stepped forward and pressed a button, and the 10 production lines started up. The robots took out the grade weapons and fixed them on the shelves. The copying equipment scanned the sharpness pattern in the alchemy array, and then the sharpness pattern was copied onto the grade weapons. The process seemed simple, but in fact, it required Professor Gasker's special algorithm and special energy equipment to transfer the energy of the alchemy pattern. The first batch of 10 level 3 weapons was sent to the side by the robots. President Krebs stepped forward and took one to check. David also walked over. Although he had experienced the experiment, it was the first time he saw the actual product. David made 10 master-level alchemy circles to repeatedly activate the master-level sharpness pattern. The reason why he chose the sharpness pattern was because it could increase the sharpness of a weapon by 1 level. In other words, this level 3 weapon could be as sharp as a level 4 weapon for a few seconds when the sharpness pattern was activated in battle. Chapter 1049. The 10 production lines took nearly 2 hours to complete the production for the day. This time, because David had provided the weapons, all of them were Tier 3 weapons. 1,000 Grade 3 alchemy weapons were an unimaginable amount of wealth for any force in the past. Even a top financial group would not have more than 10 alchemy weapons, let alone 1,000 Grade 3 alchemy weapons. Looking at the 1,000 Grade 3 alchemy weapons, Krebs' heartbeat sped up. Owning in theory and seeing in real life were two different things. You will be in charge of this from now on. Every customer who buys an alchemy weapon has to sign a non-reselling agreement. I will have to trouble Lawyer James for this. David saw that the production was stable, so he did not plan to stay any longer. Hordo Arms would monopolize the alchemy weapons industry. He did not want a middleman to appear, as that would weaken the influence of Hordo Arms. As for whether the customers were willing to sign the agreement, neither David nor Krebs thought about it. The advantage of monopolizing a business was that the seller had the final say. "Yes, General David." Krebs calmed down and replied loudly. Krebs knew one thing. In the Federation Equipment Exhibition 2 days later, he and Hordo Arms would become the leaders of the close-range weapons industry in the Federation. They would be the kind of leaders that no one could follow. David looked at the production base again. In the future, it would only be open for less than 2 hours a day. After producing 1,000 Grade 3 alchemy weapons, it would stop. This was also the reason why the production base was located in this villa. The production pressure was too low, and the value of the products was too high. Even if the safety measures were taken, it would not be as safe as directly producing them on Planet Origin. In the commercial street on Planet Origin, Hordo Arms had bought a building and was in the midst of emergency renovation. It was estimated that the renovation would be completed after the Federation Equipment Exhibition. When the time came, it would become Hordo Arms Exhibition and Liaison Office. Customer reception and negotiations would be completed there. After David left, President Krebs and Lawyer James sat in the conference room. They were very busy with work and had to deal with many affairs remotely every day. "Lawyer James, what do you think we should do with the security personnel sent by General David?" President Krebs consulted James before work began. To be honest, President Krebs didn't know how to properly arrange the 10 security personnel that General David arranged. However, according to General David's instructions, he arranged for 3 of the security personnel to return to the Tordo Fund headquarters under the leadership of Master Alva. As for the remaining 7 security personnel, President Krebs wanted to hear the opinion of Lawyer James. President Krebs didn't know if these security personnel were sent by General David to monitor them. In his opinion, at General David's level, even if General David didn't trust them, it was normal for him to send trusted personnel to monitor them. "President Krebs, you think too much." General David said that these are security personnel, so they are security personnel. They are responsible for protecting us. Lawyer James shook his head and said with a smile, "But I asked Hansam Transcendent, and he didn't see the strength of these security personnel." President Krieb said in a low voice. Hansam Transcendent was President Krieb's bodyguard. As the manager of a top financial group in the Federation, there was a full-time Transcendent bodyguard responsible for his safety. That's very simple. Let Hansam Transcendent fight with one of the security personnel. When we find out, Lawyer James said very directly, since you have the same idea, let's give it a try. President Krieb smiled and immediately nodded in agreement. You really think too much. Lawyer James shook his head with a smile and pointed at President Krieb. He could tell that President Krieb deliberately wanted him to talk about the competition to avoid offending General David's security personnel. After all, these security personnel were General David's confidants. Although they were under the command of President Krieb, they still had to be careful. Lawyer James had a closer relationship with General David. With his agreement, President Krieb could relax a little. Hansam Transcendent, Cartwright security personnel, please come in. President Krieb ordered through his ID bracelet. Transcendent Hansam was standing at the door. When he heard the order, he immediately opened the door and entered. Among the 7 security personnel scattered around the villa, the security personnel from Cartwright were the closest, but they were still 200 meters away. However, when Transcendent Hansam entered the meeting room, the security personnel from Cartwright followed him in. The Hansam Transcendent felt that there was an extra person behind him. He couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. Then, the Transcendent armor appeared on his body. As one of the top combatants of the Interstellar Federation, he was instinctively on guard against people who had mysteriously appeared behind him without him noticing. The Cartwright security personnel didn't seem to notice the Hansam Transcendent's nervousness. He came in front of President Krieb and bowed to President Krieb. The Hansam Transcendent looked at the Cartwright security personnel with a surprised gaze. He had sensed all 7 security personnel and didn't sense any combat power. They weren't Kaji or Transcendent. But why did the Cartwright security personnel give him such a strange feeling? He realized that he was too nervous. After a long sigh of relief, he put away the Transcendent armor. Cartwright security personnel, I have discussed with Lawyer James. In order to better understand your situation, we have decided to let the Hansam Transcendent compete with you. Be careful, don't hurt anyone. President Krieb pretended that he didn't see the strange behavior of the Hansam Transcendent. He said to the Cartwright security personnel, when President Krieb said, "Don't hurt anyone," he especially emphasized the words to the Hansam Transcendent. The meaning was obvious. Yes, the Cartwright security personnel was extremely respectful. Or rather, all 10 security personnel were like this. I will be careful not to hurt anyone. The Hansam Transcendent also nodded. The Hansam Transcendent took out his level 4 alchemy battle axe, while the Cartwright security personnel took out a level 4 épée sword. When he saw the Cartwright security personnel take out a level 4 épée sword from his portal item, the Hansam Transcendent no longer took it lightly. He was very clear that a person who had a level 4 weapon and a portal item was definitely not weak. Even the Hansam Transcendent himself only got a level 4 alchemy battle axe after relying on the Tordo Fund and being valued by President Krieb. Unlike the Hansam Transcendent, who was focused, the Cartwright security personnel looked at President Krieb and waited for President Krieb's order. Again, don't hurt anyone. Begin. President Krieb still didn't feel at ease. He waved his hand and said. Just after President Krieb gave the order to begin, a sword light swept past. The Hansam Transcendent had just raised his level 4 alchemy battle axe when the Cartwright security personnel's level 4 épée sword was already in front of his neck. The lavender light shone on the pale face of the Hansam Transcendent. He was greatly frightened. To be honest, this was an unfair fight. The level 4 Sky Knight Cartwright security personnel was far superior to the Hansam Transcendent in terms of strength, speed, and reaction. In order to let these level 4 Sky Knights hide their knight identities so that the level 4 Sky Knights could display extremely powerful combat strength without using their bloodline power, David copied and shared his swordsmanship knowledge with these level 4 Sky Knights. Although these level 4 Sky Knight souls weren't David's own soul avatars and couldn't immediately obtain the swordsmanship talent ability, after obtaining David's swordsmanship knowledge, these level 4 Sky Knight swordsmanship level had already reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. This was why the Cartwright security personnel didn't use their bloodline power and only used their level 4 Ape sword to make the Hansam Transcendent unable to fight back. This was also because the time the Cartwright security personnel had grasped the swordsmanship knowledge was too short. After a while, the 7 level 4 Sky Knights here would continue to share their swordsmanship knowledge through their souls. It was only a matter of time before the 7 level 4 Sky Knights completely obtained the swordsmanship talent ability. Cartwright security personnel don't hurt people, President Krebe hurriedly called out. The Cartwright security personnel withdrew their level 4 Ape sword and stood quietly to the side. There wasn't a trace of excitement on their face from defeating the Hansam Transcendent. There was indeed nothing to be excited about. With his combat strength, let alone the Interstellar Federation, even among the level 4 Sky Knights of the great world of God, he could definitely be ranked at the top. After obtaining this swordsmanship talent ability, the Cartwright security personnel could deal with a level 4 Sky Knight with a single strike of his sword. President Krebe and Lawyer James looked at each other. A flash of shock appeared in each other's eyes. What kind of monster did General David send? It was too wasteful to send someone with this kind of strength to be a security personnel. President Krebe couldn't help but feel ashamed of his previous thoughts. He thought that General David arranged this group of security personnel to monitor him, but he didn't deserve to be monitored by such a powerful combat strength. Cartwright security personnel, you will be responsible for protecting Lawyer James from now on. President Krebe thought and said, yes. The Cartwright security personnel agreed without hesitation. Lawyer James was also very satisfied. He was also an important executive of the Torto Fund. With the protection of such a powerful person, he didn't have to worry about his safety. Transcendent Hansam, you will still be responsible for external security. President Krebe continued. President Krebe also saw that the 7 security personnel, including the Cartwright security personnel, weren't good with words. They could fight or protect in close combat, but it would be difficult for them to communicate with people. In addition, the Transcendent Hansam also needed to be appeased, which was why President Krebe made such a decision. Yes, President. Transcendent Hansam bowed. He was very satisfied with the current treatment, especially since the Torto Fund was obviously still improving. He didn't want to give up such a good job. Cartwright security personnel, are all your colleagues as strong as you? President Krebe asked in the end, still a little worried. Yes. The Cartwright security personnel's answer was concise and affirmative. President Krebe also chose a security personnel to protect himself, and the other 5 security personnel were responsible for the safety of the villa. David returned to the Federal High Command. He didn't have any specific work arrangements, and he occupied a large office space, so his place was particularly quiet. However, when he arrived at the door of the office, he saw Department Minister Dalton and Professor Gasker waiting for him in the lounge outside. Adjutant Cyril, why didn't you inform me that Department Minister Dalton was coming? David said with slight blame. Department Minister Dalton came over with a smile and said, don't blame Adjutant Cyril. I asked for it. It's rare to sit here, so I could rest while waiting for you. David didn't really blame Adjutant Cyril. He also understood that Adjutant Cyril wouldn't neglect his duties. He was giving Department Minister Dalton face. Department Minister Dalton, Professor Gasker, please come in. David greeted with a smile. They sat on the sofa in the office, and Adjutant Cyril served them drinks. I heard that General David and Professor Gasker have jointly completed the research on duplicating alchemy patterns, and the results have been converted into products. They're going to participate in the equipment exhibition in 2 days. What's the current situation? Department Minister Dalton didn't go for a drink. He had drunk enough when he was sitting outside, so he couldn't wait to ask. This obviously involved the secrets of Gasker Arms. However, Department Minister Dalton's identity was special. David had this research in his hands, so there was no way he wouldn't cooperate with the military. Currently, the first batch of alchemy pattern weapons has been produced. A small number of them will be sent to the equipment exhibition of the Federation. David replied with a smile. How about mass production? Does it meet the requirements? What's the difference between it and the laboratory products? Professor Gasker asked excitedly before Department Minister Dalton could answer. Ever since Professor Gasker gave the technical information of alchemy pattern duplication to David, he didn't participate in the follow-up specific matters. Alchemy pattern duplication technology was like Professor Gasker's child. Now that this child had really succeeded and could achieve mass production, it was only a matter of time before he became the most famous researcher in the Federation. Everything is fine. It's no different from the data you got in the lab. I used the Grandmaster level sharpness pattern to make an alchemy pattern weapon. It's enough to increase the sharpness of a level 1 to 3 weapon by 1 level. Even a level 4 weapon sharpness can be greatly increased. David explained with a smile. Professor Gasker's information was very complete. David spent some time to reconstruct the blueprint of the production line, and the technicians of the Tordo Fund assembled the production line according to the blueprint. Chapter 1050. If it's possible, can I visit the production base? Professor Gasker looked at David with an expectant gaze. Professor Gasker knew that his request was a bit excessive. Such an important production base naturally required a high level of security. If Professor Gasker was a member of the Tordo Fund, he could enter, but he was a researcher from the Federal Military Equipment Department. He had no right to ask for anything. David didn't reject Professor Gasker's request and said with a smile, "You can contact Lawyer James. As long as you sign the confidentiality agreement, he will arrange for you to visit." The production base was on planet Origin. Even without the protection of a level 4 Sky Knight, very few people would dare to invade such a high-security mansion. General David, can I know the production scale? Minister Dalton continued to ask. The current production scale is 1,000 alchemy pattern weapons per day. David said honestly. Minister Dalton was stunned. This production rate was beyond his imagination. In his mind, the batch that was mentioned before was at most a few dozen pieces per day, and that was already an extremely large output. In the great world of God, alchemists also needed to cooperate with blacksmiths to make alchemy pattern weapons. Without the support of blacksmiths from the great world of God, it was almost impossible to increase the production. What Minister Dalton didn't know was that David himself was a Grandmaster blacksmith. Although David's main body had the knowledge, as long as David's mind was focused on the clone, he would be able to obtain the knowledge of a Grandmaster blacksmith from the main body. With a Grandmaster blacksmith like David participating in the design of the production line, the fusion of alchemy patterns and weapons was not a big problem. It was very easy to solve. In fact, if anyone else in the Interstellar Federation received Professor Gasker's alchemy pattern duplication technology and also had a Grandmaster level alchemy pattern, they would not be able to achieve mass production without a lot of research. It wasn't that no researchers had thought of this path before, but none of them were like Professor Gasker, who had met a Grandmaster blacksmith like David. General David, my equipment department wants 2/3 of the production. Minister Dalton requested. Minister Dalton knew that from now on, the weapons used by the Transcendent and Kaji of the Federation would be greatly improved. With General David's production, supplying all the Transcendent would not be a problem. After a while, Kaji's elite Kaji would be able to equip half of them. However, Minister Dalton didn't want too many alchemy patterned weapons among the civilians. These weapons were the best choice for the front lines, and the front lines were the Federation Army. Minister Dalton, I'm not good at negotiations, but 2/3 of the production is impossible. The military can have the order, but we need to negotiate a quantity that both sides are satisfied with. Also, the equipment department must meet my conditions, David said in a deep voice. Minister Dalton was delighted. Asking for 2/3 of the production was actually a negotiation tactic. Now, as long as General David was willing to negotiate, the military's order would not be a problem. What are your conditions? Minister Dalton asked. When the equipment department is equipped with an alchemy pattern weapon, the Transcendent Arms has the right to ask for a ban on supplying it to certain armies. This must be written in the contract, David said with a smile. Minister Dalton paused for a moment, but he immediately understood what David was thinking. He wanted to use the alchemy pattern weapon distribution rights to increase his own influence. As long as he controlled the distribution rights, no one in the military would be able to go against General David. Just think about it. If a certain force in the military didn't get the alchemy pattern weapon, then the transcendent and elite soldiers of that force would naturally have a change in heart. It wouldn't be strange for them to change camps. I agree. Every time the equipment department distributes an alchemy pattern weapon, we will send a proposal to the Transcendent Arms. We will only distribute it after Transcendent Arms agrees. Minister Dalton agreed after thinking it through. Minister Dalton left David's office and immediately went to Grand Marshal Andre. 2 days later, David sat in the cockpit of a small battleship. This battleship was Grand Marshal Andre's ride. It was used for short-distance flights. This small battleship was filled with stars. There were more than 10 admirals, and they were all accompanying Grand Marshal Andre to the Federation Equipment Exhibition. 2 days ago, Grand Marshal Andre suddenly arranged this visit. This also raised the standard of the Federation Equipment Exhibition a lot. In the past, in the Federation Equipment Exhibition that was held every 2 years, at most Minister Dalton, the Minister of the Equipment Department, would go to the exhibition. The Equipment Department was the department that purchased the military equipment. Due to the special nature of the Equipment Department, it had always been under the personal management of Grand Marshal Andre. The other vice marshals and admirals wouldn't be too enthusiastic about the Federation Equipment Exhibition, even if they wanted to avoid suspicion. The scale of the Federation Equipment Exhibition, this time, is not small. Grand Marshal Andre said to Minister Dalton with a smile as he looked out of the porthole at the large number of various battleships parked near Planet Number 1. Under your leadership, the research of all kinds of equipment has made unprecedented progress. In addition, there have been many wars, and the military's demand for battleships has increased. The various arms companies have also increased their investment in research. Therefore, this Federation Equipment Exhibition is the largest one in the past 100 years, Minister Dalton replied with a smile. I think the latter part is the real reason. Grand Marshal Andre was in an extremely good mood. He pointed at Minister Dalton and laughed. All the admirals present knew in their hearts why this Federation Equipment Exhibition was of such a scale. The main reason was that the federal military was rich. Due to the large amount of resources they received from Planet Guardian, the federal military's inventory was suddenly abundant. In addition, during the period of military control, the government had allocated a large amount of war funds, which made the military's wallet bulge. The arms dealers of the Federation had a close relationship with the federal military. When they saw the rich federal military, of course, they would want to get enough benefits from it. Admiral Francis will be back soon. The fleet he brought back has experienced many wars. You can choose 200 battleships from this equipment exhibition and fill them with the veterans Admiral Francis brought back. Grand Marshal Andre turned to David and said. The vice admirals on the side wanted to say something, but in the end, none of them objected to Grand Marshal Andre's suggestion. At the very least, the vice admirals didn't want to suggest something that would harm David's interests in front of him. David was simply too petty and vengeful. Now that everyone was so close, who knew what David would do? The lesson of Admiral Milton's mistake was still there. It wasn't worth offending David for 200 new battleships. Of course, another reason was that David had been an admiral for a while. Because of Admiral Milton's incident, Grand Marshal Andre hadn't arranged a direct fleet for David. He didn't even have 1,000 elite guards. David was a commander without an army in the Federal High Command. He didn't have any power. The only people he could command were his adjutant and an intelligence team. Minister Dalton, you are a professional. You can help me choose 200 new battleships. David said to Dalton with a smile. Thank you for your trust, Admiral David. I will personally choose 200 new battleships for you. Dalton naturally wouldn't reject and agreed with a smile. Their exchange made the eyes of all the admirals present shine. Although Admiral David and Dalton were both under Grand Marshal Andre's command, when did Admiral David and Dalton have such a good relationship? As they were talking, the small battleship landed on planet number 1. Today, the entire surface of planet number 1 was covered with all kinds of weapons and equipment of various sizes. Grand Marshal Andre and a group of admirals couldn't visit all of planet number 1. They visited the main venue on planet number 1. The main venue was a temporary giant building. All the equipment was displayed according to their category. For example, battleships in space and large and medium-sized equipment on the ground couldn't be displayed in the main venue. There were also models of the same scale and detailed holographic displays. As the host, Minister Dalton led everyone around. The security guards also established a safe zone. There was a lot of traffic in the main venue, but the people who could come here weren't ordinary people. There were no onlookers blocking the way. Of course, the appearance of Grand Marshal Andre inevitably caused a commotion. Everywhere Grand Marshal Andre went, he was greeted with warm applause. "Hey, this Tordo Arms booth isn't Admiral David's property, is it?" Deputy Commander Charlie looked at the booth in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. "Admiral David, don't tell me you used Minister Dalton's connections to get this booth." Admiral Ivan looked at the booth and said jokingly. The admirals here naturally knew about the Tordo Fund in David's hands, as well as the part of the arms industry that had been annexed a while ago. After President Krieb took over the arms industry, he found that he couldn't open the door to military procurement. A large part of the reason was the tactics of the admirals here. The arms industry that the Tordo Fund took over wasn't very competitive. That was also one of the reasons why it was rejected. The arms industry like this was reorganized as Tordo Arms. If they didn't use their connections with Admiral David, how could they get such a good booth? "Admiral David, I also want to see the products of Tordo Arms. Let's go and have a look." Grand Marshal Andre showed great interest at this time and said to David with a smile. David glanced at Minister Dalton, who was standing next to Grand Marshal Andre, and understood something. "Please," David said as the host. Minister Dalton attached great importance to Tordo Arms, so he gave them a big booth. In order to fill up the booth, Air 2O's military arms had displayed almost all of its military products, which was why it was barely filled. The service staff of Tordo Arms couldn't get close because the security personnel of the military replaced them. Even if this was Admiral David's property, the security department wouldn't be careless. Looking at the military products on display, the admirals couldn't help but shake their heads. If Grand Marshal Andre wasn't still looking around with great interest, they wouldn't have stayed. There was nothing new about the military products here. It was probably the change of the industry that affected the development of the arms industry. All of the military products could be found in the Federation, which was extremely deadly for arms companies. During the tour, the admirals found a sense of comfort. Admiral David's combat power was unparalleled, but in terms of business, he was just an ordinary person. "What's that?" Admiral Ivan asked in surprise when he saw the 20 level 3 weapons on the innermost wall of the booth. The 20 level 3 weapons were divided into heavy axes, war hammers, long swords, spears, and so on. Except for shields, Transcendent, and Kaji's weapons were all here. What surprised Admiral Ivan wasn't the level 3 weapons on display, but the special patterns on the 20 level 3 weapons. If he wasn't wrong, those patterns should be unique to alchemy pattern weapons, but he didn't believe his eyes. When did 20 alchemy pattern weapons appear all of a sudden? No force would easily sell their alchemy pattern weapons because they were Transcendent's strongest weapons and could increase Transcendent's combat power. As long as a force needed Transcendent, then it would need to provide weapons that could absorb Transcendent strength and provide them to Transcendent. Oh my God, they're alchemy pattern weapons, all of them. A Transcendent in charge of security glanced at the weapons on the wall and exclaimed. Grand Marshal Andre and all the admirals went up to check the weapons carefully. Even the spectators who were attracted by Grand Marshal Andre were shocked by the news. If it wasn't for the security personnel setting up a safe zone, they would have rushed over to check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the alchemy pattern weapons created by Professor Gaskell from the equipment department. They are produced by Erdo Arms, and they have already reached a purchase agreement with the equipment department. Minister Dalton introduced the weapons to everyone with a smile. Minister Dalton's words confirmed the authenticity of the 20-level 3 alchemy pattern weapons, and all the admirals couldn't help but look at General David. They all regretted not building a good relationship with General David. Now that General David had this technology, it would be troublesome to obtain level 3 alchemy pattern weapons. However, when they thought about how they could obtain alchemy pattern weapons from Minister Dalton, none of the admirals took the initiative to talk to David. General David, I'll order 12 level 4 alchemy pattern weapons for my transcendent guards. I'll provide them. Grand Marshal Andre said. Of course, David replied with a smile. Chapter 10:51. After Grand Marshal Andre decided on the production of 12 level 4 weapons, the rest of the generals also started to get excited. The Interstellar Federation now had the ability to produce weapons with alchemy patterns, which meant that all the advanced level combatants of the Federation had completely changed. The generals were still a bit reserved, and they didn't immediately change their attitude towards David. After Grand Marshal Andre and the generals left Erdo Munitions' booth, the crowd almost filled up the booth. After hearing the explanation from the staff of Erdo Munitions and knowing how many alchemy pattern weapons Erdo Munitions could produce, they all knew that something big had happened. In a short amount of time, all kinds of news spread out from Planet Number 1, and representatives from all over the Interstellar Federation started to head to Planet of Origin. If it wasn't for the fact that Erdo Munitions clearly stated that they weren't for sale, the samples on the booth would have been snatched up by the crazy crowd. Many Transcendents looked at the wall with 20 level 3 grade alchemy weapons with greed in their eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Planet Number 1 was under the military's jurisdiction, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they snatched the items. Otherwise, they would have had the urge to rob. In fact, even if the Transcendent made a move, there was no need to worry. The Level 4 Sky Knight was responsible for the safety of this place, and no one could take anything from him. Head Dalton, after purchasing the alchemy pattern weapons, please prioritize my legion. After leaving Erdo Munitions' booth, General Charlie purposely approached Head Dalton and said softly with a smile. The other generals saw that General Charlie acted first, and they couldn't help but feel annoyed that they didn't ask Head Dalton first. That way, they could have prioritized alchemy pattern weapons. Head Dalton waved his hand and said, General Charlie, I can only make the distribution plan. Whether or not we have the right to participate in the distribution is not up to me. General Charlie paused for a second and looked at Grand Marshal Andre. Grand Marshal, my 2 legions are stationed at the front line of Planet Battlestar. Do you think we should prioritize the alchemy pattern weapons? Before General Charlie could speak, General Hawthorne, who was also the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, asked Marshal Andre. Grand Marshal Andre shook his head and said with a smile, You've got the wrong person. I didn't ask about the purchase of the alchemy pattern weapons. Minister Dalton also reported it to me after reaching an agreement with Erdo Arms. If you want to get the right to distribute them, go to Erdo Arms. Grand Marshal Andre was also aware of what General David had encountered in the Federal High Command recently. Although General David's actions were overly aggressive and cruel to the enemy, General David was still one of Andre's men at the end of the day. The fact that a bunch of veteran deputy commanders and generals were alienating and isolating General David made Andre very uncomfortable. Grand Marshal Andre also felt that General David's recent performance was very good. He didn't fight for power, nor did he scheme against others. He didn't even care about being isolated. Under these circumstances, he still considered the Interstellar Federation and completed the mass production of the alchemy pattern duplication that had troubled many generations of researchers. Grand Marshal Andre had his own intelligence network. According to what he knew, Professor Gasker had made a breakthrough in the alchemy pattern duplication technology a long time ago. Professor Gasker had always wanted to turn this technology into a practical product. However, there was a big gap between Professor Gasker's theory and reality. Everyone who knew about this research thought it was a whimsical research with no value at all. Grand Marshal Andre was also very surprised when he received Minister Dalton's report. After analyzing the information, he came to a conclusion. General David took advantage of his relationship with the great world of God. Using Professor Gasker's research results, he asked the great world of God's alchemy grandmaster to perfect the alchemy pattern duplication technology, making it a perfect technology that could be mass-produced. It was unknown what kind of contribution Admiral David himself had made, but it was enough for him to do so. Therefore, when Minister Dalton said that General David wanted to have the right to decide the distribution of the alchemy pattern weapons in the military, Grand Marshal Andre agreed. Originally, the distribution of these sensitive weapons was decided by Grand Marshal Andre. General David had the right to distribute the alchemy pattern weapons, so he could establish his own connections within the Federal High Command. He would not continue to be isolated. Anyway, no matter what, the alchemy weapon would increase the combat power of the Federation. If it wasn't for the fact that General David didn't want to be honored in this matter, Grand Marshal Andre would have wanted to award General David a research medal. General Hawthorne, General Charlie, and the other generals looked at each other. What did he mean by looking for Tordo Arms? Wasn't Tordo Arms just a branch of the Tordo Fund? Who did the Tordo Fund belong to? The generals looked at General David, who had been silent the whole time. They realized that they had underestimated General David. Grand Marshal Andre received the report from Jekyll's adjutant and waved his hand with a smile. General Francis is back. Let's go back to the Federal High Command. Grand Marshal Andre came to the Federation Equipment Exhibition because he wanted to see the alchemy pattern weapons that would change the power of the Federation with his own eyes. Grand Marshal Andre looked at the time on his bracelet and ordered Jekyll's adjutant, inform all the officers above Lieutenant General in the Federal High Command to gather at the Federal High Command Square before 4 o'clock. I need to give General Francis the warmest welcome. David sat back on the small battleship. He suddenly realized that he was surrounded by many vice generals, and they were trying to find something to talk about from time to time. In the past, no one was willing to get close to him, so he couldn't accept the enthusiasm of the generals. General David, take a look at the information of these battleships. If you see something you like, just pick it. I'll take care of the follow-up for you. Minister Dalton said with a smile. David remembered that this was Grand Marshal Andre's arrangement, so he started to check. Why is there a battleship in this document? David turned to the first page and noticed that something was wrong. He turned around and asked. Battleships were the largest and most powerful battleship in the Federation's space battleship system other than aircraft carriers. There were not many battleships in any space fleet. Battleships were extremely expensive to build, and they were usually used as the flagship of a medium-sized fleet. In other words, one battleship in 1,000 battleships was the ratio. A battleship like this would not be chosen by a general's fleet. First, it was unnecessary. Second, the military budget did not allow for this kind of expenditure. This is Dopu Arms, Mia Financial Group, Riemann Financial Group, Linnell Financial Group, and Orm Financial Group. They heard that you wanted to buy battleships as your direct battleship, so they each took out 2 battleships and sold them to you at a friendly price, Minister Dalton said with a smile. If you wait a few more days, I think all 200 of your direct battleships will be replaced with battleships. General Hawthorne said jokingly. Of course, General Hawthorne did not mean to mock David at all. Instead, he tried his best to make it seem like he was very familiar with him. Although it was a joke, the truth was more or less the same. The news that Dopu Arms could mass-produce alchemy rune weapons had just spread out, and 5 forces immediately responded. The so-called friendly price meant that they were giving away half of the goods. David saw the price of the battleships. It was even lower than some corvettes. Then let's wait a little longer, Grand Marshal. If I really get 200 battleships, you have to keep your promise and give me a full crew. David said with a smile and clapped his hands. David was a little tempted by General Hawthorne's words. It was not that he wanted to take advantage of others, but the offensive power of a direct fleet of 200 battleships would be of some use to him. Otherwise, this direct battleship would be useless. If something happened, it would be more convenient for David to deal with it himself. David had so many credit points that he didn't even know how to use them. Although the total value of 200 battleships was an astronomical figure, he really did not care about it. Haha, even if you get an aircraft carrier, I will definitely do what I promised. Grand Marshal Andre said with a smile. If the Grand Marshal does not help you with the crew, come to me. I have a group of experienced crew members here too. General Charlie said at this moment. The atmosphere in the small battleship became very harmonious. No one would have thought that David almost had no friends in the same battleship. Amidst the laughter, the small battleship returned to the Federal High Command. All the admirals said goodbye to David before leaving. David also needed to change into his military uniform to attend General Francis' welcoming ceremony. As soon as David returned to his office, Cyril's adjutant came over and reported, "General, there are 53 people here who want to meet with you. How do you want to deal with them?" Cyril's adjutant was completely dumbfounded at this moment. General David was not valued in the Federal High Command. He did not even have any real power. As an adjutant, he was also greatly affected. In the Federal High Command, he did not have much contact with his former friends. However, today, one after another, news came like crazy. Every one of these 53 people was not simple. Some were representatives of large financial groups. Some were powerful transcendent. Some were high-ranking officials in the star field. And some were high-ranking military officers. Almost all the top organizations in the Interstellar Federation sent a meeting request at the same time. General David did not have many friends, and there were even fewer people who could contact him through his identification bracelet. As such, Cyril's adjutant was the only way to contact General David. This was to contact General David. What Cyril's adjutant did not mention was that many people he was not familiar with had also sent him messages at this time, requesting to meet with him. Cyril's adjutant had always been a marginal adjutant that no one cared about, but now he had become a hot topic. David waved his hand without any hesitation and said, "Reject all of them. If anyone wants to meet me in the future, I'll deal with them all the same." Cyril's adjutant was a little concerned and asked, "Won't we offend them?" "Offend them? They wouldn't dare." David shook his head with a smile. David changed into his military uniform and saw that it was about time, so he left his office. General David. Along the way, all of the military officers greeted David in a friendly manner. When David arrived at the plaza, there were already over 50 generals present. He did not know that the Federal High Command had so many lieutenant generals and above. Grand Marshal Andre saw David and waved his hand with a smile as he said, "General David, come here." David made his way over, and all of the generals made way for him with smiles on their faces. It was as if he had become the most popular person in the Federal High Command in just a day. Grand Marshal Andre pointed to his side and said, "You fought alongside General Francis before, so you'll be by my side this time. Let's welcome General Francis back together." David stood in a very conspicuous position among the lieutenant generals, but none of the generals had any objections. A landing ship appeared in the sky and quickly landed in the plaza. General Francis was the first to disembark from the landing ship, followed by his 6 subordinates. "Grand Marshal, General Francis has completed the defense mission of the great world of God. Reporting to you." General Francis saluted excitedly when he saw the scale of the welcoming ceremony. Grand Marshal Andre said loudly, "General Francis, the Interstellar Federation would like to thank you. Not only did you complete the defense mission, but you also demonstrated the strength of the Interstellar Federation to the great world of God. This is very important for the future communication with the great world of God. You've done an excellent job." Grand Marshal Andre was referring to General Francis' order to use the Doomsday weapon. It was because of General Francis' decisiveness that the Zerg was heavily injured. The significance of this was not only to heavily injure the Zerg, but also to let the great world of God know that the Interstellar Federation had the strength to fight against the Zerg. It had been a long time since the federal military last used the Doomsday weapon, so long that many people thought it was just a legend. General Francis had used his actions to let the people of both worlds know about the Doomsday weapon. "Welcome back." The lieutenant generals beside Grand Marshal Andre smiled and greeted General Francis. General Francis returned the greetings one by one, and when he saw David, a sincere smile appeared on his face. General David, I hope you can participate in the counterattack against the Zerg world. Fortunately, we've successfully established a base in the Zerg world. General Francis said with a slightly blaming tone. He did not really blame David. David must have his own reasons for not participating in the counterattack against the Zerg world. General Francis did not think that David was someone who was afraid of death. He had fought alongside David before, and their relationship was at a level where they could speak freely. General Francis, General David has more important matters to attend to in the Federation. He doesn't have time to participate in the counterattack against the Zerg world. General Charlie explained for David before David said anything. Chapter 1052. General Francis looked at General Charlie in shock. He was a little confused. As far as he knew, General David was not doing well in the Federal High Command. Especially after General Milton was killed, General David was in a difficult situation. General Francis wanted to introduce General David to his friends so that General David would not be ostracized too much in the Federal High Command. However, he never would have thought that General Charlie would help David speak up. Yes, General David has been busy with the Federation's overall combat power. General Hawthorne said. General Francis saw the kindness of the deputy commanders towards General David. There was no estrangement or ostracization. If General David's information was not reported by General Francis' own intelligence organization, he would have thought that General David had never been ostracized. General Francis did not receive the latest news because he was close to planet origin, so he did not know about the Erdo arms. General Francis, let's sit down when you have time. I also want to hear about the process of building a base in the insectoid world. David knew that General Francis did not mean any harm, so he invited him with a smile. Behind General Francis, the 6 generals looked at David as if they were looking at their own religion. Unlike these officers in the Federal High Command, only soldiers who had participated in the war against the insectoids would understand how powerful General David was. This was something that the officers in the Federal High Command could not understand. General David was the god of war among the soldiers who had participated in the war. General Francis, let's go to the conference room for a meeting. There will be a welcome party for you tonight. Let's go together after the meeting. Grand Marshal Andre said with a smile. Speaking of the meeting, the faces of all the generals present became tense. They were all waiting for General Francis to come back for the meeting to select the deputy commander. David could not stand the enthusiasm of the officers beside him. He went straight back to his office. At this time, he was grateful that Grand Marshal Andre had chosen this office area for him. No one could disturb him here. On the other side, Grand Marshal Andre sat at the head of the conference room. The 7 deputy marshals, including General Francis, sat in their respective seats. The other 3 deputy marshals who were not in the command center participated in the meeting through projection. General Francis is back. Today, a general will be elected to fill the vacant position of deputy commander. According to the previous rules, each deputy commander can only choose 2 candidates. The one with the highest number of votes will be promoted to the position of deputy commander. If it's a tie, I will use my voting rights. Grand Marshal Andre announced in a deep voice. Grand Marshal Andre was also waiting for General Francis to return. He regretted proposing to wait for General Francis to return before electing a deputy general. At that time, Grand Marshal Andre mainly wanted to show respect to General Francis and let General Francis use his voting rights on the spot. However, after Grand Marshal Andre announced that he was going to elect a new deputy commander, the generals of the Federal High Command started to move around. They treated people to all kinds of dinners, gave gifts, and even exchanged benefits. This made the Federal High Command very chaotic. The generals did not even have the mood to do their own work. The deputy commanders were also swaying left and right. Therefore, When Grand Marshal Andre waited for General Francis to return, he did not hesitate to call a meeting for the deputy commander. The candidates can only be generals of the Federal High Command. Please use your recommendation rights. Grand Marshal Andre continued to remind. The generals who could stay in the Federal High Command, other than David, who was too prone to causing trouble and had no interest in power, were kept by Grand Marshal Andre to make it easier to monitor him. The other generals had all gone through various levels of tests and accumulated experience step by step. The generals who entered the Federal High Command were either reserve officers for a sudden large-scale war like this one, or they wanted to go one step further and become the deputy commander of the Federation. They also wanted to have the qualifications to become the Grand Marshal. If the war commanded by General Francis did not achieve the expected results, then the other generals of the Federal High Command would replace him to command the war. Every general here had the qualifications and ability to do so. The meeting room became quiet. The 10 generals were all thinking and analyzing the pros and cons. Although they basically had a clear candidate before the meeting, they would not finalize the list of candidates until the last step. General Charlie thought for a while. First, he wrote down the name of one of the generals in his faction. He had to think carefully about the second name, because if he did not write it well, he might be helping someone else. The other deputy commanders did the same. They all wrote down the names of the generals in their faction or on good terms with them before thinking about the next name. Among them, only General Francis wrote down General David's name first. If General David was not on the list, and his subordinates found out about it, he was worried that he would lose the morale of the army due to his subordinates' crazy worship of General David. In addition, General Francis and General David had a good relationship before, so it was only right to add General David's name. General Francis wrote down General David's name, and then wrote down another general he approved of. General Charlie had a smug smile on his face. He thought of someone who would not be chosen by the other deputy commanders. He chose General David. General David met the requirements of a candidate, but General David was very special. Under normal circumstances, no one would choose General David. Because of General David's qualifications, he did not have the qualifications to be the commander of a large army. Even the army he managed before was only a planet's guard force, which was far from a medium-sized army. This kind of qualifications became a huge flaw in General David's resume. Under normal circumstances, the deputy commanders would prioritize qualifications. General Charlie took advantage of this point. There were other benefits to choosing General David. General David had the authority to distribute the alchemy pattern weapons. General Charlie was thinking about how to please General David. He wanted to use this opportunity to express his goodwill to General David. After all, it was just a list of candidates. While thinking about this, General Charlie carried out his authority and wrote the second name on the list. General Hawthorne was also considering the name of the second candidate. To be honest, General Ivan was the best choice. He had enough qualifications and reputation. However, General Hawthorne didn't want to let General Ivan take the position, because once General Ivan took the position, then there would be one more senior vice commander. With Grand Marshal Andre's health condition, it would not be a problem for him to be in power for at least another 10 years. After 10 years, General Ivan would become a strong competitor for the position of Grand Marshal. General Hawthorne's mind flashed by one after another, but they were all rejected. Until General David's name appeared in his mind, he was dazed for a moment. Then he was secretly happy. He chose the most unlikely one to reduce the possibility of increasing the votes for the other candidates. General Hawthorne wrote down the second name seriously. This was not an anonymous vote. His choice would be recorded in the file. The other deputy commanders all had a strange look on their faces. They wrote down the names of the two candidates either quickly or slowly, completing their authority. Jekyll's adjutant stepped forward and collected the name lists one by one, then put them in front of Grand Marshal Andre. The name lists were on paper, because these names also needed to be archived in the form of physical objects. This kind of recommendation could not be manipulated behind the scenes. They were all real names. When Grand Marshal Andre read out the names, If there were any discrepancies, the deputy commanders below would naturally object. General Francis's recommended candidate is General David. Grand Marshal Andre glanced at General Francis and did not say anything. He could understand General Francis's thoughts. This was also General Francis's authority. Although General David's qualifications were questionable, this was a choice in accordance with the military rules. However, when Grand Marshal Andre read out General David's name, the expressions of the deputy commanders below changed. They had a feeling that something was out of their expectations. General Charlie's recommended candidate is General David. The corner of Grand Marshal Andre's eyes twitched. The first name was normal, but what did the second name mean? Since when did General Charlie have such a good relationship with General David? He could even give up his principles for General David. However, no matter what, Grand Marshal Andre still added a number behind General David's name. General Hawthorne's recommended candidate is General David. Grand Marshal Andre felt a deep sense of helplessness. It was true that Admiral David was his subordinate, but this kind of obviously questionable recommendation still made him feel a little stifled. General David didn't like to be in power, but he got 3 votes. This was already very likely for him to become the deputy commander. Whether it was General Charlie or General Hawthorne, when they heard Grand Marshal Andre read out General David's name, they were a bit annoyed at their mistake. Why did they choose General David? Wasn't this helping General David? However, they didn't need to be annoyed very soon. Instead, it was General Lawrence, who was the only one who didn't choose General David, who was annoyed. General Lawrence didn't think much when choosing the list of candidates. Instead, he directly wrote down the 2 names that he had thought of before. If there was a medicine for regret, General Lawrence would definitely think more like the other deputy commanders. Perhaps he would also write down General David's name. Now that all the deputy commanders wanted to repair their relationship with General David, the deputy commanders would only write down General David's name under this kind of psychological suggestion. This was a secret vote. Even if General Lawrence didn't say anything, the other deputy commanders would tell General David. He was already thinking about how to explain it to General David. What made Grand Marshal Andre even angrier was that he had chosen a deputy commander to share his work. General David had already told Grand Marshal Andre that he needed to quietly improve his strength. Because of this, Grand Marshal Andre didn't arrange any work for General David. He only let General David stay in the Federal High Command to prevent General David from causing any big trouble. The final result is that General David received 9 votes and became the new deputy commander of the Federation. Grand Marshal Andre couldn't do anything. The deputy commanders below were all waiting for the result, so he could only announce it. The result was obvious. After Grand Marshal Andre announced the result, he saw the deputy commanders below send out messages through their identity bracelets. Grand Marshal Andre was sure that these deputy commanders were most likely reporting the good news to General David. David's mind crossed the 2 worlds and united with the other 4 clones in his original body to comprehend the rules of the Black Dragon's power. Recently, he had nothing to do, so he had time to let the clones in the Federation participate in the comprehension of the clones. After seeing the battle between the Black Dragon Alexis and the Titan Golden Emperor, David's comprehension of the Black Dragon's power increased a lot. He was clear about the direction of using the Black Dragon's power. In this regard, David didn't want to be unconventional. He didn't have high requirements for the strength of the clones. He only wanted them to have the combat power of a normal God-tier Black Dragon. Perhaps if other God-tiers heard his thoughts, they would laugh at him for overestimating himself. However, only he and the Black Dragon Alexis knew that his thoughts were real. This was because David's original body was currently comprehending the 2 basic rules of strength and speed. Once these 2 basic rules could form a domain, his strength when he became a God tier would be top-notch. Just as David's mind was focused, the identity bracelets of the clones in the Interstellar Federation continuously sent out signals. The level of the messages sent by the deputy commanders was too high, so the identity bracelets automatically increased the level of warning. David's mind entered the clones in the Interstellar Federation to see what had happened. Why were there so many deputy commanders sending him messages? After reading the messages, David was speechless for a moment. He had actually become the deputy commander of the Federal High Command. This was a true giant in the military. Compared to his authority when he was a general, the deputy commander held a lot of power. Every deputy commander had an army they were in charge of, including the fleets of several armies, as well as the guards of one or more star sectors. In the star sector the deputy commander was in charge of, if a transcendent joined the army, or if a transcendent was nurtured by the army in the star sector, they would automatically become the deputy commander's subordinates. Some deputy commanders were also in charge of important organizations in the Federation's army. Their authority was only second to Grand Marshal Andre. If more than half of the deputy commanders joined forces, they could even make the Grand Marshal a mere figurehead. Of course, this kind of thing rarely happened in history because every Grand Marshal had the support of at least half of the Vice Marshals. And those who were able to become Grand Marshals were all experts at playing with power. So how could they be restrained in this kind of matter? Chapter 1053. The insectoid world had lost the protection of the Blade Mantis Emperor. Coupled with the previous invasion of the great world of God, the insectoid population on the planet had plummeted. If the Blade Mantis Emperor was still around, there would have been more insectoids opening wormholes to transport more insectoids. However, after the disappearance of the Blade Mantis Emperor, the insectoids who had lost their orders had long since stopped consuming their own spatial energy. The great world of God and the Interstellar Federation launched a joint operation codenamed Lander. The Interstellar Federation would drop krypton bombs on the insectoid planet through the wormhole. After half a day of saturation bombing, the 12 Knights of the Great World of God formed a night formation and crossed the wormhole. When they arrived at Lander's planet, the first thing they saw was the ruins of the planet. The power of the explosion had wiped out all the insectoids within 30 kilometers. Even the level 5 insectoids did not want to stay in this area. Since the 12 Knights of the Temple did not appear in the field of vision of the insectoids, there was no insectoid wave. Only 3 level 5 insectoids tried to attack, but they were blocked by the 12 Knights of the Temple. The 3 level 5 insectoids saw that they could not gain any benefits, so they did not bother. The 12 Knights of the Temple were ordered to set up a defensive area. They did not pursue the level 5 insectoids. After that, the engineers of the Interstellar Federation in exoskeleton armor brought a large number of components into the wormhole and began to build the first human base on Lander's planet. This was perhaps the first human base to be built in the insectoid world. Until the base was built, the insectoids did not launch a large-scale attack. Only a few insectoids found this place and came to harass it. After the base was completed, General Francis returned to the Interstellar Federation. Due to the changes in the war situation, there was no longer a need for a large number of Federation fleets to be stationed there. Only 2 battleship brigades, 2,000 battleships, and an embassy were left behind. The Interstellar Federation's forces were no longer present. The original commander-in-chief had also been replaced by Chairman Gould. The 2 battleship brigades here would act according to Chairman Gould's orders. This was to be expected. After all, this was the great world of God. During the war, the Federation warships were the main force of the war. Naturally, the Federation warships would be commanded by the Federation generals who were more familiar with the Federation warships. Of course, the Interstellar Federation was not at a disadvantage. These 2,000 battleships were left behind to participate in the development of the insectoid world on the other side of the portal. They would be allocated spoils of war according to their contributions. Moreover, the Federation would also send a large number of elite Kaji and Transcendent to participate in the insectoid hunting mission and obtain more resources. Chairman Gould stood outside the portal. The 5 shrines had arranged this place into a plaza to facilitate the entry and exit of large equipment. He looked at the portal with a surging heart. During his term, he had led the Knight to attack the insectoid world. Although he had the help of the shrines and the Interstellar Federation, his achievements could not be denied. Chairman Gould did not hesitate and walked into the portal. In an instant, the world changed. When he reappeared, he was already in a desolate area. Ordinary people could not survive here. Although there was an atmosphere, the composition of the atmosphere was far from the requirements for human survival. The most pleasing thing on the lander's planet was the base built by the Federation's engineers using alloy. Although it did not fit Chairman Gould's aesthetic, it was a human building. Overlord Ludwig, what's the situation here? Chairman Gould asked when he saw Overlord Ludwig at the front line. The person in charge of this base was Lord Ludwig. His strength and reputation were both sufficient. The situation is not good. I tried to explore outside, but other than the area under our feet, the situation underground is extremely complicated. The entire underground has been hollowed out, and an unknown number of insectoids are hiding there. It's extremely difficult to clean them up. Lord Ludwig shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Chairman Gould frowned. He stomped down hard, and a bloodline force extended from his foot into the ground. Why is the underground solid? Chairman Gould felt the feedback from the ground and asked curiously. The Interstellar Federation's engineers said that the underground here was temporarily filled. Perhaps the insectoids are gathering here on a large scale, and the ground needs to be reinforced to withstand it. Lord Ludwig replied. It could only be said that the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation's joint operation this time was mostly due to luck. Because the ground was solid, there were no complicated underground structures like other places. This allowed the Interstellar Federation's krypton bombs to be effective. If there were a large number of tunnels underground, the krypton bombs would not be able to completely clear out the nearby insectoids. What awaited them was an endless stream of insectoids. In fact, this area was indeed special. The Blade Mantis Emperor often mobilized large insectoids, so this area was reinforced by the insectoids who had the ability to control soil. This made the underground of this area even more solid than normal areas. The soil underground was almost completely petrified. Leave 6 knights to help defend the base. The rest of the knights will come with me to check out the situation. Chairman Gould ordered in a deep voice. The reason he said they would help defend the base was because the base had a large number of defensive weapons. While it might be difficult to deal with a level 5 insectoid, it would be able to hold out for a long time against a large number of low-level insectoids. The difference between this base and the Warstar base was that due to the special energy environment of the Warstar base, large energy weapons could not be used. This greatly affected the strength of the Federation on the Warstar base. On the other hand, it was different on the Lander's planet. All kinds of weapons could be used here. Since this was not a world of the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation, the Interstellar Federation could use energy weapons that were extremely destructive to the environment without restraint. All right, Lord Ludwig nodded in response. Currently, there were only 12 knights stationed here, and this number would not increase. Apart from other knights who came to take on missions, the number of knights stationed here would be maintained. This was to reduce the number of accidents. Every level 5 knight was precious, and the fall of any one of them would have a huge impact on the great world of God. If the 12 knight and the Interstellar Federation could not withstand an attack, it would be beyond the defensive capabilities of the base. The best choice was to retreat to the spatial gate. The great world of God's real concern was the return of the insectoid God rank. When that happened, it would be very difficult for the 12 knights to escape. This was the greatest loss the great world of God could bear. The 6 knights, including Lord Ludwig, came to Chairman Gould's side. There was no need for words. The 7 knights naturally formed a knight formation. Lord Ludwig, you lead the way. Chairman Gould did not have any authority, and Lord Ludwig had more experience. This was very important for exploring a new world. Lord Ludwig did not decline. The knight formation changed, and he was at the forefront of the knight formation. He chose the direction he had explored before. This was also for the sake of Chancellor Gould's safety. Exploring a direction that had been explored before would be less dangerous. The 7 knight did not fly high. Instead, They moved a few meters above the ground. Before reaching the 30-kilometer mark, Speaker Gould saw the damaged hole in the ground. This place had been bombed by Krypton crystal bombs. The surface had been cleaned up by the explosions many times, but only part of the hole was destroyed underground. Chairman Gould could even see some insectoids poking their heads out of the hole. This meant that the real safe zone was only 20 kilometers. After this area, although there were very few insectoids on the surface, it was hard to say what would happen underground. Just as he was thinking, a group of more than 200 phantom millipedes rushed out of the hole and rushed towards them. Only level 3 phantom millipedes were very brave, but the result was certain. Lord Ludwig swept out with a few bloodline power blades and wiped them out. After that, every 10 meters or so, there would be some insectoids that would rush out and attack them. Chairman Gould was not annoyed by the insectoids' harassment. Instead, he was very happy. This place fits the hunting conditions. This level of insectoid attack was very suitable for level 4 Sky Knight teams to hunt. Perhaps they could even cooperate with Kaji of the Interstellar Federation and use long-range weapons to make the hunt safer. Just as Chairman Gould was planning the future development, a group of several hundred poisonous moths flew out from the ground. Suddenly, the sky was filled with gray poisonous powder. This poisonous powder was useless against the Temple Knight. It couldn't even harm a level 3 Earth Knight, so it naturally didn't attract the attention of the 7 Temple Knights. However, the poisonous powder also blocked the sight of the Temple Knight. Under the cover of the powder, a golden light rushed out from the ground. Its target was Lord Ludwig. Lord Ludwig sensed the danger and immediately used his level 5 light longsword to block in front of him. At the same time, his bloodline power barrier turned into a shield to protect his body. The golden light was very fast. It was so fast that it was already in front of him. Lord Ludwig only felt a strange piercing force hit him. The bloodline power barrier only blocked a small part of it. The rest of the force entered his level 5 light longsword. The level 5 light longsword also didn't do anything to protect him. The force continued to enter and hit his Black Knight armor. This armor was said to be made by the gods, but it only blocked a small part of the force. The rest of the force still hit Lord Ludwig's body. Chairman Gould, who was beside Lord Ludwig, swung his level 5 light longsword, but the golden light flashed and drilled back into the hole. "Retreat!" Chairman Gould shouted. He supported Lord Ludwig and prevented him from falling. The Knight formation turned around and retreated as fast as they could. The insects harassing them along the way were all destroyed by the bloodline power leaked out from the Knight formation. At this time, none of the Knight would conserve their bloodline power. They released it not only to speed up their retreat, but also to prevent another sneak attack from the golden insects. Lord Ludwig, who had just returned to the safe zone, recovered and said with a pale face, "I've lost a lot of face this time." Chairman Gould ignored his self-mockery and asked in a deep voice, "How are your injuries?" Lord Ludwig shook his head and said, "Not bad. My internal organs are injured. I think I'll be fine after a few days of rest." It's the armor-piercing strike of the golden-shelled insect. Level 5 insects are more terrifying on the ground than in space. Chairman Gould saw the appearance of the level 5 insect and recognized the ability that injured Lord Ludwig. Level 5 insectoids would at least not dodge or hide in space, but in an environment like the Lander's planet, which was densely packed with holes, one could be ambushed by level 5 insectoids at any time. This was especially true for level 5 insects with special attack abilities. In close combat, a level 5 knight would have a hard time blocking them. Just like this golden-shelled insect, Lord Ludwig's defense was already the best, but when faced with an innate ability like armor-piercing strike that could ignore a knight's armor, it was inevitable that he would be injured. If it was in space, Lord Ludwig could have taken precautions against the golden-shelled insect's attack in advance and used the bloodline power of the knight's formation to increase the distance between him and the golden-shelled insect. Lord Ludwig said bitterly, "If we don't clear out the nearby level 5 insects first, the risk of the knight hunting here is too high." Chairman Gould shook his head and said helplessly, "We can't just gather all the Dragon Knight in a team." Of course, this was impossible. Once they encountered a god-level Zerg from the Zerg clan, or even if they did not encounter a god-level Zerg from the Zerg clan, as long as they encountered a Zerg from the Zerg clan that was above the legendary level, they would be able to annihilate the entire Dragon Bloodline army. The Dragon Bloodline Knight was the strongest knight in the great world of God. They were also elites among the top nobles. They couldn't be lost. "Can you ask Lord Arthur to come and help?" Lord Ludwig asked softly. In this situation, Lord Ludwig naturally thought of the strongest knight in the great world of God, the invincible knight, Lord Arthur. Chairman Gould shook his head and said, "There's no need to think about it. I've already asked, and he clearly said that he won't come. He's done enough. I don't want to disturb him." Lord Ludwig continued to ask, "What about Lord Harlow?" Chairman Gould's eyes lit up and said, "Lord Harlow and the other 12 knight are staying. They don't have to all participate. Just 6 of them will be enough." Lord Harlow and the other 12 knight had performed extremely well in the previous battle. Their terrifying swordsmanship was taught by Lord Arthur at first glance. They had terrifying power that was almost on par with Lord Arthur. Chapter 1054. Lord Harlow and the rest of the 13 knights remained on Tula, along with some of the other knights who had been recruited for the war. Since teleportation was no longer restricted in the chaotic star field, it only took a few seconds to teleport from Tula to the center of the chaotic star field where the spatial gate was. There were only 30-odd knights left behind. These were the reserve knights that Lord Gould had prepared to replace the 12 knights left behind on the insectoid world's planet of Landers. Currently, this was the rotation of the Temple Knights. In the future, there would be more Temple Knights joining the rotation. Garrisoning the Lander planet would not only give them military service, but they would also have priority in distributing the spoils of war. Chairman Gould sent a message to Lord Harlow's Lord-class communication circle, which alarmed David, who was in seclusion on Gammy. When there was nothing to do, Lord Harlow and the 12 other knight clones could act on their own. Their soul clones could handle some matters on their own. At this time, the 13 knight clones were emotionless, handling matters like photon computers. However, as long as there was a trigger, David's main soul would be alerted, and a mind would immediately take over control of the body of the knight clones. Lord Harlow's emotionless eyes glowed. David checked the communication circle and found that it was requesting Lord Harlow to take 5 other knight to the spatial gate. David was now interested. He had long wanted to see the situation on the other side of the spatial gate. Chairman Gould seemed to have run into some trouble, or he would not have sent his 6 knight clones over. Each of David's knight clones had outstanding merits, and their performance on the battlefield was stunning. For them to be sent to the insectoid world, they must have run into something that ordinary knight could not handle. David controlled Lord Harlow to take the 5 knight clones and teleport directly to the spatial gate from the planet-level teleportation gate of Tula. He looked at the 5 huge shrines with a guilty conscience, but he was now Lord Harlow's clone. Be it his soul or body, he did not exceed the range of a level 5 knight, so he immediately adjusted his mood. It was obvious that although the shrines had sealed the spatial gate, they did not participate in the management of the spatial gate. Instead, the Supreme Council arranged for the knight to manage it. Apart from the occasional bell sounds from the 5 shrines in the square at the spatial gate, there was no other sense of existence. David naturally didn't think that the 5 shrines would not pay attention to this place. On the contrary, the shrines would definitely maintain a strong combat power at the spatial gate. Even the 5 shrines would pay attention to the 5 huge shrines at all times. Lord Harlow, your garrison mission with the 5 Night Knights was supposed to be next month, but now we've run into some trouble on the planet of the Landers, and we need the help of powerful Knight Templars to clean it up. Besides, your territory has been confirmed. When this mission is over, it will be given to you. Chairman Gould met Lord Harlow alone and explained the reason for summoning the 6 Knight Templars over this time. Because of Lord Arthur, Chairman Gould treated Lord Harlow and the other 12 Knight Templars as his own people. Hence, he was more straightforward with his words. "At your command." Lord Harlow answered with a bow. "You may take away all the Zergs that you've killed, and your battle achievements will also be recorded." Chairman Gould waved with a smile when he saw that Lord Harlow had agreed. After following Chairman Gould through the spatial gate and teleported to the planet of the Landers, David felt the suppression of the world laws of the Zerg world. Fortunately, the suppression of the level 5 Knight Templars was not particularly strong, and he could at least maintain half of his combat power. However, this had a huge impact on the ordinary Knight Templars, especially when they encountered level 5 Zergs. There was already a gap in strength between them and level 5 Zergs, and with the increase in strength, the gap would be even greater. With the arrival of Lord Harlow, Lord Ludwig left the planet of the Landers with the 5 Knight Templars. There was no need for too many Knight Templars to be stationed here, and 12 of them were just right. David's consciousness stayed in Lord Harlow's body to visit the Zerg planet on the other side of the spatial gate. He had no interest in controlling Lord Harlow in battle. His main body had reached the peak of the legendary rank, and his speed and strength were far greater than a level 5 Templar Knights. This also made him feel uncomfortable controlling Lord Harlow in battle. Instead, it was better to let Lord Harlow's soul avatar fight on its own. David also believed that as long as no Zerg above the legendary rank appeared, no level 5 Zerg could kill Lord Harlow and the other 5 Knight avatars in a short period of time. Lord Harlow and the other 5 Knight avatars had received the master-level knowledge of the Knight battle formation from the main body, and all of them had mastered the talent of swordsmanship. In a level 5 battle, the formation formed by the 6 Knight avatars was almost invincible. The most frightening thing was that the souls of Lord Harlow and the other 5 Knight avatars were connected. When the Knight battle formation was in battle, their cooperation reached the theoretical peak of Knight cooperation. Gould also knew a little about the uniqueness of Lord Arthur's Knights, so he didn't join the Knight battle formation. Instead, he was protected by the Knight battle formation. It was the same method as Lord Ludovic, moving a few meters above the ground. "Be careful. The Zergs are about to launch a sneak attack from underground," Chairman Gould warned when they were 20 kilometers away. He came to see if the Knight battle formation, led by Lord Harlow, could effectively complete the mission. If even Lord Harlow and the others couldn't clean up the planet, then he would have to thicken his skin and beg Lord Arthur. Less than 10 seconds after Gould's warning, a group of hundreds of level 3 Zergs surged out of the ground and charged at the Knight battle formation. David didn't control Lord Harlow. He just watched as a bystander. Lord Harlow and the 5 Knight avatars were more like war machines. They only knew how to make the most correct and effective attacks. Lord Harlow swung the level 5 light longsword in his hand, and a surge of level 5 Black Dragon bloodline power surged out. The hundreds of level 3 Zergs paused in their charge, then exploded into a green mist of blood in the air. David, who was already a legendary, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Lord Harlow's level 5 attack. However, in the eyes of Speaker Gould, he saw something special. Speaker Gould himself had the White Dragon bloodline, which also belonged to the Dragon bloodline. He was very familiar with Lord Fred, who had the Black Dragon bloodline, and had done a lot of research on the Black Dragon bloodline power. But even Lord Fred's Black Dragon bloodline power didn't have such power. This had nothing to do with the richness of the Black Dragon bloodline, but the power of the bloodline power itself. Just like the popular Knight breathing technique practiced by ordinary aristocratic knights, this made the bloodline power of this part of the Knight innately much weaker than the bloodline power of the Knight who practiced the high-level Knight breathing technique. Even if the bloodline was the same, the level of the Knight's cultivation method would affect the power of the bloodline power. Speaker Gould's eyes were so sharp. He saw that the 6 Knights, including Lord Harlow, all practiced some kind of Knight cultivation method that he didn't know. This Knight cultivation method must be of a very high level. As for how high the level of this night cultivation method was, Speaker Gould guessed that it was at least much more advanced than the main family's inherited cultivation method. This was what he judged through the power of the bloodline power. If this was true, then it meant that Lord Harlow and the others had mastered some kind of cultivation method that was far superior to other dragon bloodline families' inheritance. Needless to say, where did this super high-level night cultivation method come from? It must have come from Lord Arthur. David didn't know that just sending Lord Harlow and the others out to fight allowed Speaker Gould to see a lot of things. Previously, when fighting with the Zergs in space, because the knights were some distance away from each other, and every Temple Knight had to deal with the Zergs' attacks, no Temple Knight discovered the uniqueness of Lord Harlow and the others at that time. But now it was different. Speaker Gould was in the middle of Lord Harlow and the others, and could feel their bloodline power up close. In fact, Speaker Gould's feeling was correct. David's 14 Temple Knight clones no longer practiced the Black Dragon breathing method. Instead, they practiced the perfect night cultivation method. The perfect version of a night training method was something David had acquired from the demigod Saint Spirit Knight. Lord Harlow and the others hadn't been training for long enough, so they weren't able to make the perfect version of the night training method automatically operate at any time. As a knight, why could the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit become a demigod, while the current knights couldn't even reach the legendary level? It was because of the night cultivation method. In order to control the knights, the gods simplified the night cultivation method and passed it down to the current knights. As for the devout knights of the Holy Spirit, because in his era, they needed to be trained into the most powerful fighters, so he passed down the perfect night cultivation method. This perfect night cultivation method wasn't obtained by David through his soul. Instead, it was restored according to the cultivation method that the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit automatically operated in his body. Even the Black Dragon Alexis, after seeing the perfect night cultivation method, asked David to give up his modified version of the Black Dragon cultivation method and not let the Temple Knight clones practice it. Only the perfect version of the night training method was the most correct night training method. The upper limit of the perfect version of the night training method could reach the demigod level. Speaker Gould felt like there was a fire burning in his heart. He wanted to know what level this cultivation method was. He recalled that Lord Arthur had asked him for the night training method and said that he needed to study the night training method. At that time, he had given Lord Arthur the few top night training methods that were kept by his family, and even the night training methods that were passed down by the direct descendants of his family to Lord Arthur. Now that he thought about it, it was possible that Lord Arthur had developed a night cultivation method on his own. Of course, this possibility was very low because Speaker Gould knew how difficult it was to modify the night cultivation method, let alone upgrade the level of the night cultivation method. To be honest, David didn't care about the perfect night cultivation method at all. He himself had the body of a black dragon, a god-level life form. The black dragon slumber with a god-level cultivation method. Compared to the night profession created by the gods, it was much more advanced. In addition, David had the royal inheritance rune. This kind of heaven-defying cultivation method had no effect on the perfect night cultivation method. Speaker Gould suppressed the urge to ask. He wasn't as close to Lord Harlow as he was to Lord Arthur. If he wanted to ask, he would ask Lord Arthur. The night formation led by Lord Harlow didn't care about the blood power consumption at all. When the blood power was consumed to a certain extent, the 6 knights began to perform the perfect night cultivation method. Although Speaker Gould wasn't in the night formation and couldn't directly see the changes in the bodies of the 6 knights from his position, he could clearly feel the blood power of Lord Harlow and the others recovering. In just a few minutes, Lord Harlow and the other 6 knights had completely recovered their blood power and began to consume it without caring about the cost. David didn't feel much about the recovery speed of Lord Harlow and the others. They were just beginners of the perfect night cultivation method. When they reached the proficient level, the recovery speed of their blood power would be even faster. David had seen the consumption of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. In order to support the Holy Spirit realm, the Knights of the Holy Spirit consumed a lot of energy. However, because the perfect Knight cultivation method had reached the Grandmaster level, the perfect Knight cultivation method could automatically run and replenish the energy in the Knights of the Holy Spirit's body at any time. The Knights of the Holy Spirit never had to worry about energy consumption. They only had to focus on attacking. Speaker Gould was even more excited. He was 100% sure that the 6 Knights had all practiced the Knight cultivation method that was at a level that was beyond his imagination. However, he had never heard of a Knight cultivation method that could completely restore the blood power in the body in just a few minutes during a battle. Just as Speaker Gould was feeling excited, a golden light appeared. He was shocked, but it was too late to warn Lord Harlow. After Lord Harlow discovered the appearance of the golden-shelled insect, he instinctively used his strongest talent ability, sword art. He gathered the power of the black dragon blood in the Knight formation and accurately hit the golden-shelled insect's heart. The golden-shelled insect's defense was extremely terrifying. Although Lord Harlow's sword hit the golden-shelled insect accurately, it only pierced through half of its chest armor. The heart was the golden-shelled insect's main defense point. Lord Harlow was only a level 5 Temple Knight. In terms of combat power, he was far inferior to David. Even the 5 clones were much stronger than Lord Harlow. This was why David didn't want to control Lord Harlow himself. It was more suitable for Lord Harlow to fight on his own than for David to control him. Lord Harlow's sword didn't pierce through the golden-shelled insect's defense, but did slow down the golden-shelled insect's speed. At this moment, another Temple Knight clone on the side also used his talent ability, sword art. The moment Lord Harlow retracted his sword, he stabbed the golden-shelled insect in the same spot. This sword pierced through the golden-shelled insect's chest armor. The level 5 light sword pierced through the golden-shelled insect's chest, but it was blocked by the iron-like muscles of the golden-shelled insect's chest. At this moment, the golden-shelled insect's counterattack came. The Temple Knight clone didn't hesitate at all. He immediately retracted his sword and retreated, just in time to avoid the golden-shelled insect's attack. The 3rd Temple Knight's longsword of the 5th rank was stimulated by his innate swordsmanship ability, and he once again pierced the wound. This time, the longsword went straight for the heart. Chapter 1055. The Temple Knight team, led by Lord Harlow, returned to the base after half a day. They also brought back 3 level 5 Zerg corpses and more than 50 level 4 Zerg corpses. As for the level 1 to level 3 Zerg corpses, they had long been crushed by the terrifying power of the Black Dragon bloodline and could not be brought back. The soldiers of the Interstellar Federation recorded the area patrolled by Lord Harlow's Temple Knight team. On the map on the screen, the area turned from red to yellow, and the danger level dropped by 1. Although this method could not 100% prevent the high-level Zerg from launching a sneak attack on the weaker hunting teams in the future, it was relatively less dangerous. Chairman Gould bade farewell to Lord Harlow and instructed Lord Harlow and the other 6 Temple Knights to clean up the nearby area every day for the next month. After a month, other Temple Knights would come over to take over. After leaving the portal, Chairman Gould immediately took out the Lord Communication Array. Previously, he had asked Lord Harlow to bring 5 Temple Knights to participate in the mission, but he did not inform Lord Arthur. Although Lord Harlow had agreed on behalf of Lord Arthur, Chairman Gould still had to inform Lord Arthur in person, especially since he had other ideas. David's main body had long retracted his mind from Lord Harlow. Lord Harlow and the 5 Temple Knight clones were left in the Zerg world, so he was not too worried. For the current David, the importance of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight avatars was slowly decreasing. Of course, he didn't want anything to happen to Lord Harlow's Temple Knight avatars. Because of the existence of these Temple Knight avatars, his right to speak in the God world had increased a lot. Take Lord Harlow, for example. When Lord Harlow obtained his own planet, David would have 1 more planet. More importantly, he would have 2 Supreme Council positions. In fact, if his Temple Knight clones continued to perform meritorious deeds, There would be other lords among the Temple Knight clones. Carrying out dangerous missions was a double-edged sword. While there was danger, there were also more benefits. The Lord-level communication circle flashed. David scanned it with his spirit and found that it was Chairman Gould who had applied for a planet-level teleportation portal to visit him. David shook his head helplessly. He could refuse other people's visits, but he had to welcome Speaker Gould in person. Returning to the surface from the underground safety point, he let the Knight of the Holy Temple avatar on Gammy Star begin to prepare for the reception, while he waited at the castle gate. Speaker Gould was very anxious. After Lord Arthur agreed to the teleportation, he immediately went to Gammy through the portal. This time, he did not bring anyone with him. He came alone. This was a very private visit that would involve some private matters that Chairman Gould did not want others to know. Speaker Gould didn't even mention this visit to anyone. "Welcome, Chairman Gould." David bowed with a smile. "Lord Arthur, I'm sorry to disturb your rest." Chairman Gould looked at David and found that David did not seem to be injured on the surface. Hence, he felt much more relieved. The reason Lord Arthur did not go to the portal was that he had sent 13 Temple Knights to participate in the war. On the other hand, Lord Arthur himself was seriously injured in the war. Hence, even though the front line needed Lord Arthur, a powerful combat power, no one forced him to return to the battlefield. Not only would the Supreme Council not do that, but even the shrines would not force a hero who had made outstanding contributions to the battlefield and was seriously injured to return to the battlefield during the treatment period. Everyone knew that it would be extremely difficult for a level 5 Temple Knight to recover from injuries. "Don't disturb me. Come in and have a seat," David said with a wave of his hand. David led the way in front and entered the hall of the castle. The Temple Knight's clone served the heartwarming lotus seed soup and a few servings of fruits that were unique to Planet Kami. When Chairman Gould saw the Temple Knight's clone, the corners of his eyes twitched twice. As the chairman of the Supreme Council, Chairman Gould had the information of all the Temple Knights. It could be said that he had information on all the Temple Knights in the great world of God, even those who had not appeared for 100 years. Chairman Gould was certain that the knight in front of him was not in the information of the Supreme Council. Just like Lord Arthur's 13 Temple Knights, he had appeared out of nowhere. However, Chairman Gould would never have thought that the Temple Knight in front of him was the former chairman of the Supreme Council, Abe. Chairman Gould simply felt that it was inappropriate for Lord Arthur to use the Temple Knight as a servant. "I like to be quiet, so there is no one else on Planet Kami. Only the Knight of the Temple Bill is here to guard Planet Kami." David explained with a smile when he saw Chairman Gould's gaze. "I'm afraid the Knight of the Temple Bill hasn't registered his identity as a Knight of the Temple yet. I'll get someone to do it for him later." Chairman Gould said with a smile without asking further. Lord Arthur supported Chairman Gould greatly, and they shared common interests. Although he didn't know where the Knight of the Temple Bill had come from, the appearance of the Knight of the Temple meant that there was one more Temple Knight in their forces. Judging from the strength of the other 13 Knights of Lord Arthur, this Temple Knight was definitely not weak. In fact, Chairman Gould even sensed that the Knight of the Temple Bill was stronger than the other 13 Knights of the Temple. Chairman Gould's judgment was very accurate. The predecessor of the Knight of the Temple Bill, Abe, was originally the top Temple Knight of the great world of God. Although he lost some of his strength due to resurrection, practicing the perfect version of the Knight training method had increased the strength of the Knight of the Temple a little. Coupled with the conversion of the pure Black Dragon bloodline, the bloodline power of the Temple Knight of the Temple was no weaker than that of the predecessor of Abe. Not to mention, the Temple Knight of the Temple Bill had mastered the talent ability of sword arts. His true combat power was definitely the strongest among the Temple Knight. "Then I thank you on behalf of the Temple Knight of the Temple." David bowed and thanked him. Chairman Gould also bowed and said, "I should apologize to you. I transferred Lord Harlow and your other 5 Knight of the Temple to the Zerg world to clean up the threat of the high-level Zerg on the planet of the Landers. I didn't discuss this matter with you in advance. David smiled and waved his hand. Already know about Lord Harlow and the others. This is a good thing. I have to thank Chairman Gould for this opportunity to gain military merits. Chairman Gould asked a little embarrassedly, "If it's possible, I hope that your other knight of the temple will replace Lord Harlow and the others after a month of garrison duty. This way, the safety of the planet of the Landers can be guaranteed." This matter could only be told to Lord Arthur by him. He was the chairman of the Supreme Council and Lord Arthur's good friend. David said with a smile, "I have no objections. I said before the war that the 13th Knight of the Temple would be under your command." Chairman Gould was touched. These were 13 Knights of the Temple, and they were extremely powerful Knights of the Temple. If it weren't for the fact that Lord Arthur had the title of Invincible Knight and was recognized as the strongest knight in the great world of God, and the fact that the 13 Knights of the Temple were all his knights, the combat power displayed by these 13 Knights of the Temple could compete with Lord Arthur for the title of the strongest knight. Of course, this was based on the fact that no one knew that Lord Arthur was already in the legendary stage. At least, Chairman Gould didn't think so. Chairman Gould knew that Lord Arthur had legendary level strength. The most important reason why he didn't want to inform Lord Arthur to go to the portal and enter the Zerg world was the 5 huge shrines outside the portal. Chairman Gould didn't want Lord Arthur's legendary level strength to be discovered by the shrines. Otherwise, he didn't know what the shrines would do to Lord Arthur. To be honest, the Zerg world is very dangerous. The danger doesn't come from the planet itself, but from the threat of the God-level Zerg. I don't know when the God-level Zerg will return. Although it takes 100 years for them to recover from injuries, there can't be only one God-level Zerg. I can't guarantee their safety. Chairman Gould didn't hide anything from David and said in a deep voice, "I know these situations. Dying in battle is the end of a knight." David said calmly. David had experienced countless life and death crises in just a few years since he transmigrated. He had long known that danger and opportunity would come at the same time. Even his original body didn't care about danger. So how could his Temple Knight clone be afraid of danger? Chairman Gould didn't speak for a long time after hearing David's words. Chairman Gould also had deep feelings in his heart. Chairman Gould had also experienced life and death crises. The closest he had come to death was when he and his 4 brothers went to slay a god. "Lord Arthur, I have a question to ask you. If you don't think it's appropriate, you don't have to answer. I don't want my question to affect our relationship," Chairman Gould said in a deep voice after being silent for a long time. David glanced at Chairman Gould in surprise. Their friendship wasn't shallow. Chairman Gould had never shown such an attitude before. "Go ahead," David said as he waved his hand. "I've sensed the aura of Lord Harlow and the other 5 Temple Knights. Their bloodline power is obviously much stronger. I'm not being modest, but in terms of bloodline power alone, my bloodline power is not as powerful as any of them. So they must have practiced some kind of high-grade knight cultivation method. You know my desire for strength. In order to improve my strength, I even went to challenge the god of play Gladstone. Although I overestimated myself, I still wanted to grasp that glimmer of hope. Lord Ferdinand, Lord Merlin, Lord Emile, and Lord Luca all went to challenge Gladstone, the god of pestilence. I was lucky enough to survive, but I don't regret it. Compared to death, I'm afraid of hopelessness. In the great world of God, there's clearly a higher level than level 5, but why can't I see it all?" Chairman Gould was a little emotional. At this point, Chairman Gould looked at David. David had broken through level 5 and reached a higher level. In the past, Chairman Gould thought that David had an extremely special talent, but he suspected that David had obtained a higher grade knight cultivation method. It was the higher grade knight cultivation method that allowed David to break through to the legendary rank at such a young age. If you have a special knight cultivation method in your hands, I hope to get this inheritance. I can swear that I won't pass it on. I'm the only one who can practice it. I just want to see the scenery above level 5. That's the wish of dozens of Temple Knights of the main family. Chairman Gould said in a pleading tone. David was a little stunned. He didn't expect Chairman Gould to be so interested in cultivation methods. He always thought that Chairman Gould's pursuit of strength would decrease after gaining power. It seemed that he was wrong. However, the perfect version of night cultivation method was related to the shrines, so he didn't dare to take it out. As long as this news was leaked, the shrines would definitely fight to the death. Of course, David also had a way to replace it. Black Dragon Alexis created the Black Dragon Bloodline Cultivation Method, Black Dragon Breathing Method, based on his own understanding of the Black Dragon Cultivation Method and a variety of night cultivation methods. This Black Dragon Breathing Method was suitable for all dragon bloodlines. Although the effect couldn't reach 100% of the effect of the Black Dragon Bloodline, it was still higher than any other night cultivation method. The Black Dragon Breathing Method could at least allow a knight to break through the shackles of the legendary rank. It was the best night cultivation method besides the perfect version of night cultivation method. Chairman Gould, you are too serious. I have a dragon bloodline night cultivation method inheritance here. The effect should be good. You can take a look first, David said as he took out the parchment and quill. David had a simpler way to transfer knowledge, but that method was too shocking. He didn't use it, and instead used the most traditional method. He wrote down the details of the Black Dragon breathing method on the parchment and attached many pictures of the human body. Chairman Gould stood up a little and went to David's side to watch him write down the Black Dragon breathing method inheritance. Lord Arthur's knight inheritance represented something. Even if Chairman Gould practiced it alone, it would still be a big favor. This was the cultivation method of Lord Arthur, the most powerful man in the great world of God. At least, Chairman Gould thought so. David's movements were very fast. With his strength and control of his body, it was very easy for him to draw up the Black Dragon breathing method. He handed the parchment with the Black Dragon breathing method to Chairman Gould. When Chairman Gould took the parchment, he felt that the parchment was very heavy. This was not an ordinary parchment. This was Chairman Gould's lifelong hope, the hope of the main family for dozens of generations. The powerful Chairman Gould's hands trembled when he opened the parchment. It was very rare for him to lose his composure. It could be seen how excited he was at this time. Chapter 10:56. The Black Dragon breathing technique was a combination of the Black Dragon's dormancy and a variety of night training methods. Its complexity could not be fully explained by a piece of parchment and a few pictures. Chairman Gould also noticed this when he checked the list. He was not the least bit humble in this regard and raised his own questions one after another. David had given him the Black Dragon breathing technique, so naturally he would answer all his questions and explain them clearly. Lord Arthur, I will not spread this Black Dragon breathing technique. I swear by the ancestors of the main family. Speaker Gould was about to swear, but he was stopped by David. Speaker Gould, you don't have to swear. I don't only allow you to practice it. I only have one request. This Black Dragon breathing technique can only be practiced by your direct descendants. It cannot be passed down in the family, David said with a wave of his hand. You mean this Black Dragon breathing technique can be passed down? Speaker Gould felt his breathing quicken. He asked in disbelief. Only after seeing the Black Dragon breathing technique with his own eyes would he understand the preciousness of this night training method. Speaker Gould himself and the main family had collected a lot of night training methods, and his own night training method was known as the top night training method. But based on his research on night training methods, he judged that any night training method he had seen before, including the night training method he had practiced, could not be compared to this Black Dragon breathing technique. Although Speaker Gould had not yet practiced the Black Dragon breathing technique, he believed in his own feelings. This was the feeling he had confirmed after seeing countless night training methods and seeing Lord Harlow and other temple knights. And if such a Black Dragon breathing technique could be passed down in the main family, it meant that the chances of a 5th-level temple knight appearing in each generation of the main family would greatly increase. This could ensure that the main family's bloodline would continue to multiply. Yes, if Charlie knew that I didn't let you pass the Black Dragon breathing technique to him, he would kind of find trouble with me, David affirmed in a joking tone. "I thank you on behalf of the Maine family." Speaker Gould carefully put away the black dragon breathing technique, stood up, and bowed to David. "You don't have to do this with our relationship." David stood up and said. He thought about it and said, "The upper limit of this black dragon breathing technique is legendary. After reaching the legendary rank, it depends on your ability to comprehend power." Speaker Gould's eyes lit up. Although he had guessed about the black dragon breathing technique before, he was not as direct as David, giving a clear level of the black dragon breathing technique. Speaker Gould left Gammy and didn't dare to delay outside. He returned to Maine through the planet-level portal of Gammy. With such an important night training method, even if he was the Speaker of the Supreme Council, his safety was absolutely not a problem, but he did not want any accidents. Speaker Gould, who returned to the family castle, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He could not wait to enter the training room. Before practicing, he went through the contents of the black dragon breathing technique again in his mind. The strength of a level 5 Temple Knight made Speaker Gould's spirit extremely strong. After reading the complicated black dragon breathing technique a few times, he had already memorized it in his mind. He opened the spirit-gathering alchemy array in the training room, and then began to practice the black dragon breathing technique. He felt that according to the breathing of the black dragon breathing technique and the flow of the white dragon blood in his body, the white dragon blood was more active. The energy gathered by the intermediate spirit-gathering alchemy array in the training room was obviously not enough. Fortunately, after the owner of this training room entered the training room, when the energy was low to a certain amount, it would automatically activate the super-large spirit-gathering array on Maine to provide energy for the Lord's training room. Although it was Speaker Gould's first time practicing the black dragon breathing technique, he still completed the training perfectly this time. He slowly opened his eyes, which were full of excitement. Although the training this time did not help him much, he felt that the power of his bloodline had increased a little. It must be known that with Speaker Gould's strength, his bloodline power could only increase the total amount, but the solidification of the bloodline power had long reached the peak. Practicing the original Maine family inheritance could not allow the bloodline power to continue to increase the solidification. However, after practicing the black dragon breathing technique once, he was able to reach a level that he would not have been able to do even if he had practiced it for several decades. This made Speaker Gould even more aware of how precious the black dragon breathing technique was. "Let Charlie come in." Speaker Gould thought of Lord Arthur's words and ordered outside the door. After a while, Stewart Hayes came in with Charlie. When Stewart Hayes saw Speaker Gould waving at him, he quickly bowed and left the room. "Charlie, how's your training going recently?" Speaker Gould asked in a deep voice. Because Lord Arthur and Charlie Knight were similar in age and were friends, and because Lord Arthur kept improving, Speaker Gould used Lord Arthur as the standard of education again and again, causing Charlie Knight to fall into repeated closed-door training. But it was also because of this that Charlie Knight's strength had stabilized at the level of a 4th-rank Sky Knight, which was very talented for his age. "I've been working hard on my training. I don't dare to slack off at all." Knight Charlie hurriedly replied when he heard Gould's question. Knight Charlie was afraid that Speaker Gould would ask about his training. He knew that he could not compare with Lord Arthur. Not to mention him. Even in the entire history of the great world of God, there were only a few knights who could compare with Lord Arthur. Stay with me for the next 2 days and learn a new knight's training method. This kind of knight's training method can only be learned by you alone. It can't be taught to outsiders. Speaker Gould said in a deep voice, "What kind of training method is stronger than our main white dragon breathing technique?" Knight Charlie asked puzzledly. It was a big deal to change a training method. It would affect a knight's life and determine a knight's combat power. Main white dragon breathing technique was the inherited training method of the Maine family. It was the top knight's training method in the great world of God. Knight Charlie didn't think there was any training method better than Main white dragon breathing technique. It's Lord Arthur's knight's training method. If you change it early, your potential will be greater. Although you can't catch up with Lord Arthur, At least he could be far better than other knights. Speaker Gould pointed to the parchment on the side and said, "Arthur is a good friend. He can even take out this kind of thing." Knight Charlie said without hesitation. He stepped forward and picked up the Black Dragon breathing technique. Speaker Gould shook his head helplessly. Knight Charlie's temperament still needed to be corrected through closed-door training. David sent Speaker Gould away. He felt a little helpless in his heart. Although the Black Dragon breathing technique was good, there was still a gap between it and the perfect knight's training method. He didn't care about the level of the knight's training method, but Speaker Gould showed great importance. He felt that the help he provided wasn't the best. However, he could only take out the perfect knight's training method when he no longer had scruples about the shrines. The Interstellar Federation's military had one more deputy commander. It didn't cause much of a stir among the people of the Interstellar Federation. Only the higher-ups of the various star fields were concerned about this news. They were concerned about where General David's jurisdiction would be. This was closely related to them. Grand Marshal Andre was also worried about this matter. General David had unexpectedly become the federal military's deputy commander. However, no matter how unexpected this deputy commander was, the Federation High Command still needed to designate an area for General David to govern. They couldn't let a deputy commander have no area to govern and be a lone deputy commander. Even if General David didn't care, this didn't conform to the federal military's rules. Grand Marshal Andre didn't dare to set a precedent. The other 10 deputy commanders could not let such a thing happen. This was related to the overall interests of the deputy commanders. Once such a thing happened, it might be the other deputy commanders' turn to lose their jurisdiction and military power in the future. On the screen in front of Grand Marshal Andre, there were 2 star fields as candidates. One was the Cater Star Field, and the other was the Elydia Star Field. The Cater Star Field was the headquarters of the Tordo Fund. Everyone knew that the Tordo Fund was owned by General David. General David's management of the Cater Star Field would bring a lot of benefits to General David. However, Grand Marshal Andre was also worried that General David's jurisdiction would be in the Cater Star Field, which could easily cause General David to make mistakes. Once General David had the jurisdiction of all the Planet Guardian forces and the military stationed in the Cater Star Field, then with the Tordo Fund's absolute influence in the Cater Star Field, General David would be like a local tyrant in the Cater Star Field. This wasn't a good thing. If there was no one to restrict his power, it was very easy for problems to arise. Grand Marshal Andre didn't want to see General David make mistakes in this area. The Elydia Star Field was the star field where General David had lived and studied. It was close to the war zone, so the location wasn't very good. It was also convenient for the other deputy commanders to give up this star field. However, Grand Marshal Andre had to consider General David's attitude. If General David insisted on having jurisdiction over the Cater Star Field, he would have to consider General David's opinion. Adjutant Jikwal, tell General David to come here. Grand Marshal Andre ordered Jikwal's adjutant outside the door. Grand Marshal, General David is not in the command center. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to come here. Jikwal's adjutant immediately replied, "What happened? I thought General David didn't have much to do recently?" Grand Marshal Andre asked curiously. General David liked to stay in his office alone. It was no secret that he would stay there for an entire day. Grand Marshal Andre knew that General David was training. Compared to power, General David cared more about improving his strength. The generals in the command center have been visiting General David for the past few days. General David ran away yesterday. Jikwal's adjutant explained. It turned out that ever since they knew that General David's Erdo arms could mass-produce alchemy pattern weapons, and that General David controlled the distribution of alchemy pattern weapons in the military, almost all the generals wanted to get in touch with him. The remote area that no one cared about in the past was now extremely lively. General David's visitor list was almost full. This was when Adjutant Cyril rejected all the visitors outside the Federal High Command. Adjutant Cyril couldn't reject the visits of the generals in the Federal High Command. David was really annoyed. These generals were all smart. They didn't say anything when they came over. They just chatted and sometimes gave him some small gifts. They only had one purpose, which was to build a friendship with David. David was now wholeheartedly focused on training. The frequent visits of these generals annoyed him to no end. The generals even used military discussions as an excuse to make David unable to reject their visits. In the end, David hid away. At this time, David was sitting in his room in his villa. It wasn't very quiet here, but it was much better than his office. Ever since the news of the alchemy pattern weapons spread out, this villa was no longer a secret. Many forces had their eyes on this place. However, David's forces were too powerful now. Plus, David's own horrifying power. No one dared to take the risk. The current situation was between benefits and David's power. David's power had the upper hand. The forces that wanted to gain benefits didn't think it was worth it, so they wouldn't make a move. David was sitting in his room. He could feel the peeking eyes around him. These eyes were too far away, and they didn't have the right to infringe on his rights, so he couldn't do anything. General David, the Tordo Arms Exhibition Hall is open. President Krieb informed through his ID bracelet. Let's follow the plan. David replied. He didn't plan to go to the newly opened Tordo Arms Exhibition Hall. In the future, the alchemy pattern weapons would be handed over to President Krieb. He didn't plan to continue asking. At most, when necessary, he would help to increase the production of alchemy pattern weapons and increase the variety. David would only consider this after the market stabilized. Now, even a type of sharp pattern had caused chaos in the Federation. David just closed his eyes and was about to contact his clone in the great world of God. Suddenly, his ID bracelet flashed again. He couldn't help but sigh. The increase in his status affected his training. When he was just a major general, no one would look for him for a year. David saw that the ID bracelet was a message from Jekyll's adjutant. He looked at the time and stood up. A military hover car drove out of the garage. When he walked to the door, the military hover car was already parked in front of him. The military hover car flew up to 200 meters in the air. This was the privilege of being a general and a deputy commander of the military. On the planet of origin, there were very few people who had the privilege of flying more than 50 meters in the air, let alone 200 meters in the air. David could even order his own battleship to fly to the planet of origin to pick him up. Chapter 1057. When David's clone rushed to the Federal High Command, the Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall was ready to officially open. Normally, when a business exhibition hall like this opened, it would send out invitations to potential customers or people close to them. However, the Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall didn't send out any invitations because President Krieb didn't have to worry about the number of customers after the opening. He only hoped that there would be fewer people. Hansam Transcendent, is there any problem with the security? President Krieb looked at the situation outside the Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall on the screen and asked worriedly, President, please don't worry. This time, 2 security officers were transferred from the villa. Together with the security officers accompanying you and Lawyer James, there won't be any problems. Hansam Transcendent replied with a smile. Hansam Transcendent was now the security manager of the Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall. He was very satisfied with this position because he could get close to a few powerful security officers at any time. There are a lot of alchemy pattern weapons on display here. Tell all the staff to be careful. President Krieb had also seen and agreed with the security plan, but he was still worried. The main reason was that there were too many alchemy pattern weapons on display this time. On the first floor, there were 500 level 1 to level 3 alchemy pattern weapons, and on the second floor, there were 50 level 4 alchemy pattern weapons. Just the scale alone was enough to make anyone who saw it go crazy. Level 4 alchemy pattern weapons weren't many in the entire Federation. Most of them were in the hands of a few famous transcendent. This was the accumulation of countless generations of the Interstellar Federation. Alchemy pattern weapons were usually very far away from the average transcendent, let alone Kaji. I've already given the order. This is the planet of origin, and the Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall is General David's property. I don't believe that anyone would dare to cause trouble here, Hansam Transcendent said confidently. President Kreb nodded and didn't say anything else. His main task this time was to be in charge of business negotiations. Of course, 1 or 2 alchemy pattern weapons had nothing to do with him. He would only accept projects with large amounts of money. More than 100 business elites and lawyers were on standby on the 3rd floor of the Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall. President Kreb and Lawyer James worked on the 4th floor. It had been a long time since the commercial street on Planet Origin had been so lively. Those who could live or come to Planet Origin were all elites with good wealth and social status. It was very difficult for them to line up and crowd together for a certain item like ordinary people. However, today was different. A few days ago at the Federation's equipment exhibition, Grand Marshal Andre and the other generals had personally approved that Erdo Arms could produce alchemy pattern weapons in batches. Many forces in the Federation had sent representatives to the planet of origin. Even the most distant forces had sent representatives. They didn't want to miss the big change in close-range weapons in the Federation. Therefore, outside the Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall, it was rare to see a crowd of people in exquisite suits. These elites were anxiously waiting in line for the time to come. Many of these elites were CEOs of large financial groups. They were also very depressed. When other companies produced a new product, if they were interested in it, they could contact the other party and make an appointment to discuss it. However, the situation of Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall was special. If they wanted to contact President Kreb, they could only do so because of President Kreb's identity. Only a few people were qualified to contact him directly. The boss behind Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall was even more so. Everyone knew that General David was the boss of Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall. General David had taken over the Tordo Fund in a lawsuit years ago. It was one of the rare cases in the business world where a large amount of assets was seized. It had a great impact on the business circle. However, even if they knew that General David was the boss of Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall, no one could contact General David. General David was even more difficult to contact than President Kreb. He was a high-ranking official in the federal military. Especially recently, there was news that he had become the 11th deputy commander of the Federation. This kind of identity was not easy to meet. No one knew how many alchemy pattern weapons there were. No one wanted to lose the right to buy the first batch of alchemy pattern weapons because they were late. The door is open. Someone shouted excitedly. The door of the Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall was slowly opened. Dozens of staff in uniform were looking at the crowd with smiles on their faces. Please be careful. Don't touch the stop line. Please watch after the stop line. If you need anything, please contact the staff around you. They will provide you with product descriptions and more services. The first floor is for level 1 to level 3 alchemy pattern weapons. The second floor is for level 4 alchemy pattern weapons. If you want to do business, please go to the 3rd floor. Because the alchemy pattern weapons are extremely valuable, anyone who touches them without permission will be treated as a robbery. The security personnel will take appropriate measures to stop you. Manager Daryl, who was appointed by President Kreb, announced loudly. These precautions and warnings were placed in conspicuous places in the exhibition hall. At this moment, the crowd that had surged and saw the display on the first floor clearly, and all of them gasped in unison. Everyone was stunned by the alchemy pattern weapons in front of them. Although they had heard that Erdo Arms Exhibition Hall had mass-produced alchemy pattern weapons, they were still shocked when they saw 500 alchemy pattern weapons in front of them. Especially when they saw the level 1 and level 2 alchemy pattern weapons. They could not help but curse in their hearts. The value of an alchemy pattern weapon was much higher than a level 2 weapon. In addition, most people who had enough money to buy alchemy pattern weapons would not consider such low-level alchemy pattern weapons. Of course, some people who came as representatives of powerful forces were tempted. As long as the price of a level 1 or level 2 alchemy pattern weapon was reasonable, they would be able to upgrade Kaji's equipment on a large scale. Thinking about Kaji's level 2 alchemy pattern weapon, after activating the sharpness pattern, it was equivalent to using a level 3 weapon for a short period of time. This kind of improvement would be fatal to the enemy in battle. The representatives of powerful forces were interested in the level 3 alchemy pattern weapons and the level 4 alchemy pattern weapons on the second floor. Are you Transcendent Claudia from Dorpo Arms Exhibition Hall? Manager Daryl came in front of a female Transcendent who was looking at a level 3 alchemy pattern weapon and bowed. Yes, Transcendent Claudia nodded. Transcendent Claudia was actually a bit dissatisfied. She had met General David at Warstar before and had the authority to trade with Great World of God together. Even a few days ago at the Federation Weapon Exhibition, Transcendent Claudia offered to sell 2 battleships to General David at a very low price. But this kind of goodwill did not receive the response it deserved. Even Transcendent Claudia's request to meet General David was rejected by General David's adjutant. Hearing Manager Daryl's question, Transcendent Claudia's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like things were not as bad as she thought. President Krieb is waiting for you on the 4th floor. Do you want to take a look around first, or do you want me to take you there now? Manager Daryl continued to ask with a smile. Transcendent Claudia saw the surprise in the eyes of the people around her. The bit of resentment she had for General David instantly disappeared. She also understood that she had no right to complain about General David. General David was no longer the same Master David from Warstar. He was now the deputy commander of the military. Even Dorpo Arms Exhibition Hall had to curry favor with him. Thank you, Manager Daryl, Transcendent Claudia said with a smile. Claudia was very clear that the earlier they discussed, the earlier they would be able to obtain the greatest benefits. Manager Daryl, I am the representative of the Meat Financial Group. Can I meet with President Krieb? The representative of the Meat Financial Group asked next to Transcendent Claudia. I'm very sorry. Please make an appointment first. President Krieb's schedule is very full. Manager Daryl politely refused. Other than a few forces on the list, the rest of the forces that wanted to meet with President Krieb had to first go to the 3rd floor to discuss with the business negotiators. They would only be able to meet with President Krieb after they reached an agreement. How come Transcendent Claudia, can take the initiative to be invited by Manager Daryl? The representative of the Meat Financial Group whispered to himself as he watched Transcendent Claudia leave with Manager Daryl. You still don't know? Dorpo Arms Exhibition Hall used the opportunity of half selling and half giving away 2 battleships to establish a good relationship with General David. These big forces are really scary. An insider overheard him and replied with a smile. The eyes of the representative of the Meat Financial Group flashed. For a top financial group, 2 battleships were expensive, but it wasn't a big problem. As long as they could establish a relationship with General David, it was worth it to give away this little benefit. The insider's words were not only heard by the representative of the Meat Financial Group. There were a lot of business representatives here. This news quickly spread throughout the business circle. Transcendent Matthew, Transcendent Cable, and the other 4 Transcendent Claudia Transcendent were quite far away from each other. It seemed like they didn't have any connections. But in fact, they were a combat team of Transcendent. They came to participate in the opening of Dorpo Arms Exhibition Hall. Their purpose was completely different from the others. Transcendent Claudia had a very high status in the Interstellar Federation. However, this status was also related to one's own strength. Without powerful equipment, Transcendent Claudia would only become a consecrated member of a big force. Consecrated members sounded nice, but they were actually hired thugs. Big forces would pay a certain price, and Transcendent consecrated members would solve problems for them. Sometimes they would provide protection, and sometimes they would eliminate their opponents. Transcendent Matthew and the other Transcendent Claudia were all ordinary people. They didn't have much background. Big forces invested in them, and with luck, they became Transcendent Claudia Transcendent. However, the forces that invested in them had limited wealth and couldn't provide them with more transcendent resources. After the 6 Transcendent Claudia got to know each other, they formed a Transcendent combat team. They specialized in big cases, which allowed them to accumulate level 3 weapons and a decent set of Transcendent armor. After developing the habit of robbing others to obtain resources, the six transcendent Claudia were no longer interested in becoming a consecrated member of a big force. This time, when they heard that a large number of alchemy pattern weapons had appeared on Planet of Origin, they were moved. Transcendent Matthew and the others had heard of General David's reputation. The Federation war god was well known in Transcendent Claudia, but General David was too far away from low-level Transcendent Claudians like them. In their eyes, General David was no different from the other top Transcendent Claudians. If General David was here this time, or if the security here was strong enough, Transcendent Matthew and the others wouldn't make a move. Transcendent Matthew looked at the 500 alchemy patterned weapons placed here. He didn't need too many. As long as he could snatch a few of them, it would be enough for him to exchange for a large amount of training resources. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He looked at the security on the first floor. Perhaps because there were too many people on the first floor, the security here was very tight. Many Transcendent Claudians were patrolling the first floor, and some Kaji Claudians were hidden. They would appear at any time to maintain order. Transcendent Matthew gestured, and he went to the second floor. As soon as he entered the second floor, Transcendent Matthew felt the blood in his body boil. He saw 50 level 4 alchemy pattern weapons. Transcendent Matthew had never seen more than 10 level 4 alchemy pattern weapons in his life. Every Transcendent who had a level 4 alchemy pattern weapon was an existence he looked up to. At this time, the other 5 Transcendent Claudians also came up separately. They were also shocked by everything in front of them. Transcendent Matthew still had a trace of rationality. He observed the security around him and found that other than the 10 staff members who were explaining things to the customers, there were 2 security personnel in uniform. Transcendent Matthew especially looked at the 2 security personnel. With his transcendent strength, how could he see the level 4 Sky Knight's background? Too arrogant. Transcendent Matthew thought to himself. In his opinion, perhaps General David really thought that reputation and power could protect the wealth of Erdo's arms. However, there were desperados everywhere. Not to mention, the 6 Transcendent Claudians had never failed before. Their identities were all fake. As long as they succeeded, they would immediately leave Planet of Origin. They had even prepared an escape route long ago. The key was that the wealth here was too attractive. As long as they snatched it this time, Transcendent Matthew felt that they wouldn't have to worry about training resources for the rest of their lives. They would even have resources for the next few generations. He looked at the other 5 Transcendent Claudians and saw that the other 5 Transcendent Claudians' eyes were also filled with passion. The passion in the eyes of the 6 Transcendent Claudians was nothing on the second floor. Almost every customer who came up to the second floor had the same passion in their eyes. This was no longer a matter of wealth. It was a huge increase in the overall strength of the Transcendent Claudians. In the Interstellar Federation, every level 4 alchemy pattern weapon had its own story. This was because level 4 alchemy pattern weapons were passed down for a long time. Chapter 1058. There were many level 4 alchemy pattern weapons that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. This was because every level 4 alchemy pattern weapon that flowed from the great world of God to the Interstellar Federation was obtained at great cost by the Federation. As for the great world of God, even level 4 materials could not meet their needs, so the chances of them flowing out were very low. Oh my God! Every single one of these level 4 alchemy weapons can be used as a heritage weapon. Someone cried out in surprise. Most of the customers approached the staff to get more information about these weapons. Transcendent Matthew glanced at the window on the second floor. With his rich experience in robbing, the window here could not withstand the attack of a level 3 weapon at all. It would take at most 2 breaths to break through the window. From the time they were robbed to the time the police and military were dispatched, it took about 3 minutes. Even with General David's status, it was only 2 minutes, which was already the limit for Matthew Transcendent. With the speed of the 6 Transcendent, 2 minutes was enough for them to escape. As long as they reached the safe house, changed their fake identities to their real identities, and left in a spaceship, the police and military would not be able to react. Transcendent Matthew made a gesture, asking for the opinions of the other 5 Transcendent. The 5 Transcendent also made a gesture. Everyone, don't move. Get down. Matthew Transcendent shouted. With a thought, the Transcendent armor covered his entire body. Transcendent Matthew told everyone to get down because he did not want to make a big deal out of it. He knew some of the customers here. They were all people who were often seen on the Federation's news. These people were usually followed by bodyguards. Today, this was General David's place. These people did not have any bodyguards with them. Even if they had bodyguards, they would prioritize protecting their boss and would not interfere with the safety of the Erdo Arms exhibition hall. Matthew Transcendent did not want to hurt these people at all. With everyone's influence added together, he also needed to consider the consequences. The 6 Transcendent all wore their armor, and a level 3 weapon appeared in their hands. They had cooperated with each other many times, and they didn't immediately snatch the dazzling level 4 weapon. Instead, they took care of the security personnel first. The 2 security personnel didn't say anything. They didn't even have weapons in their hands. They just looked at the 6 Transcendent. When Matthew and Chow Fan saw the eyes of the 2 security personnel, their hearts sank. The 2 pairs of eyes looked at them as if they were looking at dead objects. There was not a trace of panic in their eyes. However, at this time, there was no way out. He could only follow the 5 Transcendent and charge towards the 2 security personnel in a battle formation. Although the customers on the 2nd floor were lying down, they were all secretly looking at the situation in front of them. They were also very curious about who had the guts to rob General David's property on the planet of origin. Did the 6 Transcendent not know the consequences of offending General David? Or did the people behind the 6 Transcendent not fear General David? All kinds of speculations arose in the hearts of the people. They were also worried about the consequences of this robbery. General David's anger would affect many forces. When the 6 Transcendent rushed to 5 meters in front of one of the security personnel, a light purple light appeared and disappeared in an instant. While the people were still waiting for the battle to start, it was already over. The 6 corpses had not completely fallen down and were caught by one of the security personnel in a body bag. The death of the 6 Transcendent, and even the blood flowing out of their bodies, did not have time to contaminate the ground. The bodies of the 6 Transcendent, the most powerful forces of the Interstellar Federation, were packed up like garbage in the hands of 2 security personnel. Then, a staff member came forward to collect them. From a moment the Transcendent Matthew shouted to the end of the battle, only a few breaths of time had passed. The customers on the 2nd floor felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of combat power was this to be able to treat the Transcendent as nothing? 6 Transcendent had been killed with a single sword strike. I'm sorry, everyone. It was a small accident. I'm very sorry about it. Manager Daryl hurriedly came down from upstairs and apologized to the customers. No one cared about Manager Daryl's words. Their eyes swept over to the 2 security personnel on the side. They remembered that there seemed to be 2 security personnel wearing the same uniform on the 1st floor. At this moment, they finally understood how strict the security here was. With 4 people of such strength appearing at the same time, even 100 Transcendent would not be enough to kill them. The customers on the 1st floor also heard about what had happened on the 2nd floor. The 6 body bags also proved the truth of the matter. Some people who originally had other thoughts and were dazzled by the wealth in front of them, at this moment, all the thoughts of unexpected wealth in their hearts disappeared. After this incident, the Erdo Military Arms Exhibition Hall became lively again. Many people directly went to the 3rd floor after visiting the 1st and 2nd floors. Soon, the people who were looking at the alchemy pattern weapons found that the alchemy pattern weapons were taken away one by one, leaving empty seats one by one. This made the other powerful customers even more anxious, and they sped up the process of buying. An hour after the Erdo Military Arms Exhibition Hall opened for business, all the displays on the 1st floor were cleared out. The 2nd floor sold 10 level 4 alchemy pattern weapons. It was not that no one wanted to buy level 4 alchemy pattern weapons, but to buy level 4 alchemy pattern weapons not only required an astronomical amount of credits, but also required identification and signing a non-transferable contract. These few points made it difficult to complete the transaction quickly, so there was a surplus of level 4 alchemy pattern weapons on the second floor. The 6 bodies were taken away by Colonel Eugene. Colonel Eugene was very angry because he had neglected his job. Someone had planned to rob General David's property, but Colonel Eugene's intelligence team did not discover it in advance. Although the Erdo Military Arms Exhibition Hall did not belong to the military, the intelligence team, led by Colonel Eugene, served General David personally. They had to pay attention to everything related to General David. In fact, Colonel Eugene's intelligence team could not be blamed. These 6 people were all transcendent, and in many cases, transcendent had special privileges. In addition, the Erdo Military Arms Exhibition Hall did not communicate with Colonel Eugene from the beginning, and the opening process was too fast, so Colonel Eugene could not intervene in advance. The identities of the 6 transcendent were quickly found out. After that, the safe houses of the 6 transcendent and the people who supported them were found out. The military sent out a special operation team to catch everyone involved in this matter in one fell swoop. These people who supported them might have been wronged. They did not know that the 6 transcendent wanted to rob General David's property. If they had known the intentions of the 6 transcendent, they would not have had the guts to provide services to the 6 transcendent. Colonel Eugene wanted to do a big job and find the person behind the scenes. He wanted to show the power of the intelligence team in front of General David. However, the truth made Colonel Eugene feel very helpless. The 6 transcendents had no one to instruct them. They were just 6 lone wolf robbers. They only came because they heard that there were alchemy rune weapons here. A report was sent to David. David looked at the report and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The entire report listed how the 6 transcendent interplanet of origin, who provided services to them, and even the organization that created fake identities for the 6 transcendent were listed in the report. David also created fake identities before. He knew that the person who created the fake identities was definitely wronged. However, he did not want to dampen Colonel Eugene's enthusiasm. David signed his electronic signature on the report and said to Colonel Eugene, "Send this case to the military law department. This matter involves alchemy rune weapons and concerns the safety of the Federation. Let the military law department try it." Colonel Eugene's heart trembled. He finally saw the ruthlessness of General David. It should be known that even if this kind of case was a criminal case, the military would at most ask the court to increase the sentence. However, if this case was sent to the military law department and sentenced as a crime against the safety of the Federation, it would be almost impossible for anyone involved to leave the prison. "Yes, General David." Colonel Eugene saluted and replied, "If you need, you can mobilize the security personnel of Erdo Munitions to temporarily provide combat power for the intelligence team." David thought and said. Colonel Eugene knew how terrifying the security personnel of Erdo Munitions were. According to the surveillance at the scene, when the 2 security personnel were facing the 6 transcendent, only one security personnel made a move and ended the battle with a single sword strike. If it were not for the fact that the security personnel did not have any fluctuations of bloodline power, Colonel Eugene would have thought that General David had found a knight of the great world of God. The intelligence team did indeed need the help of powerful combat power, especially when the enemy had a transcendent. It would be difficult to mobilize more transcendent personnel at the last moment to capture the enemy. However, it would be different with the security personnel of Erdo Munitions. "Thank you, General David, for your support to the intelligence team," Colonel Eugene said excitedly. After sending Colonel Eugene off, Cyril's adjutant quickly walked into the office. Cyril's adjutant sent a list of information to David's screen and said, "General, there are 15 financial groups that have sent a message. They want to sell battleships to you." David looked at the list. Although he did not know much about the financial groups in the Federation, he still saw a few that had nothing to do with the warship industry. The price of the battleships was clearly not even enough to cover the cost of production. It was almost the same as the price offered by Erdo Munitions. Battleships were not something that could be bought by just any financial group. Even the military companies that were qualified to produce battleships could not equip them. For those financial groups that did not have a warship industry, needless to say, they would buy the battleships themselves and sell them to David at a low price. In fact, if David wanted to buy 200 battleships, it would be easy for him to do so with his own assets. However, this was the escort fleet that the military had assigned to him, so he could not buy it himself. He could only buy it from the equipment department. The budget of the equipment department was fixed. Even if Grand Marshal André said something, he could only increase the budget by a small amount. It was impossible for him to buy the battleships in full. Why are there suddenly so many financial groups sending gifts? David asked curiously. In David's opinion, this was a gift. Although the financial flow had nothing to do with David and only the military's equipment department, he was the one who benefited indirectly. President Krieb met with several clients this morning. They're all interested in selling battleships to you. Cyril's adjutant replied after understanding the situation. I see. Then I'll accept all of them. Please help me buy them, Minister Dalton. David waved his hand and ordered. He then asked, how was the sales of Erdo Munitions? Cyril was David's adjutant, and he wasn't just responsible for military affairs. Like the other generals, he was also responsible for their family affairs. This was already a military tradition, and David did not intend to make an exception. It just so happened that he needed to train sometimes, and he did not want to be disturbed frequently. Therefore, Cyril's adjutant was in charge of contacting Erdo Munitions. I was just about to tell you that Erdo Munitions has sold out 500 level 1 to level 3 alchemy weapons with inscriptions and 40 level 4 alchemy weapons with inscriptions. The detailed financial report will be sent to your identity bracelet later, Cyril's adjutant replied. David nodded. This was the first public sale, and it would also be the last one. After making a name for himself, the Erdo Munitions exhibition hall would only accept pre-orders for a long time. It was impossible for there to be a large number of alchemy weapons on display. It was just that there were no pre-orders in the market. The orders from a military's equipment department, vice commanders, and generals were enough to support the production base for a long time. David did not plan to rely on this business to earn credits. He had enough credits. This business was to raise his status in the Interstellar Federation. David's previous status was accumulated by the weapons in his hands, the blood of countless people, and a large number of military achievements. Now, he wanted to raise his status to another level. With his huge influence, no one would dare to touch him or his family. For example, the orders from the military for alchemy weapons had made David many friends in the military. He had gotten the position of vice commander by accident, but it was also a reflection of his own interests. The vice commanders who had chosen him had filled in his name because of their interests. In the various generals' offices in the federal military, the generals were all reading the report. It was about what had just happened in the Erdo Munitions exhibition hall. There were only two things that caught their attention. One was the number of alchemy weapons, and the second was the strength of the two security personnel. After General David's girlfriend, Emma, was attacked, a combat team of 20 people appeared by Emma's side. According to the report, the combat power of the 20 people was extremely terrifying. Each of them had the strength to kill at least one transcendent. The two security personnel today were even stronger. The sixth transcendent did not even have the strength to fight back in front of them. All the information pointed to one thing. General David had a strong support behind him. General David's background was very simple. The records from his childhood were clear. The methods he used to obtain the Tordo Fund were also recorded. It was impossible for General David to mobilize a large number of powerful experts at any time. Only some forces with a long history would have such an ability. The general's evaluation of David increased again. The more powerful the background, the more they needed to be on good terms with him. This was inevitable. Chapter 10:59. David returned to his office and dealt with some matters. He received a message from Jekyll's adjutant that Grand Marshal Andre was free. He went to the Grand Marshal's office. It was still the same sofa, and Grand Marshal Andre was sitting across from him. Grand Marshal Andre said with a smile, "I know what happened at the Erdo Arms exhibition hall. Our military just handed over the safety of Planet Origin to the government, and something like this happened. I've already called the Federation Security Bureau and asked them to strengthen the safety of Planet Origin. The incident at the Erdo Arms exhibition hall didn't cause any losses to General David's side. Instead, it benefited the federal military politically. The Federation's military control ended with the end of the war with the insectoids. The Federation government had always complained about the federal military's management during the period of military control. Now, as soon as the military control ended, something like this happened on Planet Origin. At the Erdo Arms exhibition hall, there were at least 100 representatives from large corporations. The impact of this incident was very bad, and it had a great impact on the Federation government's ability to maintain security. I asked Colonel Eugene to hand over all the people involved to the military law department. I didn't ask the Federation government to intervene in this case." David explained, "General David, you're already the deputy commander. This is your right." Grand Marshal Andre's smile widened. General David was embarrassing the Federation government. Originally, he had contacted the Federation Security Bureau, and the case would be investigated by the Federation Security Bureau. However, it seemed like the Federation Security Bureau would end the investigation before it even started. Grand Marshal Andre sat up straight and said seriously, "I called you here this time because I have something important to ask for your opinion. Please go ahead." David also sat up straight and said, "Every deputy commander of the federal military has a star sector to govern. All the troops in the star sector will be under your command. This is the greatest authority a deputy commander has. I would like to ask your opinion on this. Which star sector do you want to govern?" Grand Marshal Andre asked David, "Can you hand over the Iridia system to me?" David asked without hesitation, "Why didn't you consider Cater's star zone? Is the Tordo Fund there?" Grand Marshal Andre asked with a smile. Grand Marshal Andre was very happy with David's choice. In his opinion, David did not put his own interests first. Instead, he chose the Iridia sector, which was relatively weaker. If David chose Cater's star zone, it would greatly boost the Tordo Fund and allow the Tordo Fund to develop even more. The Iridia star zone is very meaningful to me, and I also have a lot of feelings for it," David explained with a smile. Grand Marshal Andre had already guessed why David chose the Iridia system. It was because the Iridia system was where Emma's family was. Of course, with David's current power, Emma's family would not be of much help to him. However, he would be able to see Emma often there. Although it was normal for men and women in the Federation to get married in their 40s or 50s, it was not a good thing for lovers to not be together for a long time. Another reason was that Al 1187, which was the Interstellar Federation security point, was in the Iridia system. David could go to the Iridia system at any time. Although David's cloned avatar's strength didn't deteriorate much, leaving the Emperor Inheritance Rune for a long time would cause his strength to slowly deteriorate. It was just that his cloned avatar was only at the legend rank, so the deterioration wasn't obvious. If he did not want his strength to deteriorate, he would need to meet up with David's main body every half a year or so and recover his strength through the Imperial Inheritance Rune. The Iridia system is not a problem. It's close to the battle star and is remote. I can arrange it for you in a short time, Grand Marshal Andre said, relieved. In the past, the biggest problem for a deputy commander was the issue of jurisdiction. Grand Marshal Andre had a few star zones under his control, but these star zones were all extremely barren, and the military did not have much military power there. If it was a deputy commander without a strong foundation, any star zone would be enough. However, most of the time, a deputy commander would have a strong background, and it would take a long time to coordinate the star zones under his control. Thank you, Grand Marshal, but you have to introduce a few good deputies to me. I don't have time to manage military affairs, David said with a smile. Only David dared to say this in front of Grand Marshal Andre. The other deputy commanders all wanted to show that they were strong, and the job of deputy commander was easy. However, David was different. He needed time to cultivate, and the recent events had made him feel troubled. He had long since planned to ask Grand Marshal Andre for people. You? All right. I'll introduce 2 lieutenant generals to you. They were both trained by me, so you can use them without worry. Grand Marshal Andre said helplessly as he pointed at David. You know that I'm not interested in power. I'm surprised that this deputy commander fell into my hands. David said with a shrug. Grand Marshal Andre was a little speechless. If these words were heard by the generals of the Federal High Command, who knew what they would think? Those generals had almost broken their heads for the position of deputy commander. Some time ago, they had used all kinds of methods to get the deputy commander to vote for them. No one had thought that David would be the one to benefit in the end. However, Grand Marshal Andre was also very satisfied with David's attitude. David had expressed his 100% support for him, and even his deputies were appointed by him. This was something that other deputy commanders would never allow. Deputies were normally the trusted aides of the deputy commander, and they were an extension of the deputy commander's authority. Although the lieutenant generals appointed by Grand Marshal Andre would not do anything that was detrimental to David, these 2 lieutenant generals would definitely not object to Grand Marshal Andre's requests. From this, it could be seen that David had complete trust in Grand Marshal Andre, and it also showed that he was indifferent to power. This mentality might be difficult for others to understand, but it was normal for David. David's original body was already at the peak of the legendary stage, and he would be a demigod with one more step. His vision was broader than anyone in the Interstellar Federation. In his eyes, the power of the Federation was insignificant. If it weren't for his family being protected by him, he wouldn't even bother with the Federation's affairs. Of course, even so, David still allowed the clone to return to the Federation after obtaining it to participate in military affairs. His original body continued to cultivate diligently every day. Admiral Francis left you a fleet, the 19th Fleet of the Federation. It's a fleet that performed outstandingly during the defense of the great world of God. It's currently heading to the Elydia star system. Once the jurisdiction of the Elydia star system is confirmed, it will take over the garrison there. Also, your own guard fleet has to speed up. I heard that Minister Dalton has purchased nearly 50 battleships at a low price. You know how jealous the other deputy commanders are. If it weren't for the fact that these forces designated these battleships as your guard ships, they would have already set their sights on them. Grand Marshal Andre continued. David's heart skipped a beat. To be honest, among all the powers of the deputy commander, the only thing that moved him was having a direct command of his own fleet. This wasn't a guard fleet of 200 battleships, but a complete fleet of 10,000 battleships. 10,000 battleships meant that there would be an aircraft carrier. This was the Federation's strongest weapon, possessing terrifying doomsday attack capabilities. David had previously obtained a superstar destroyer cannon, but compared to a doomsday weapon, it was still one level lower. The reason why the deputy commander of the Federal High Command was called a military tycoon was because he controlled the military's main fleet and had great power. The guard fleet's 200 battleships shouldn't take too long, David said with a smile. He had decided to no longer sell Erdo arms in physical form. In order to compete for the limited alchemy pattern weapons produced by Erdo arms, there would naturally be a large number of forces that wanted to establish a good relationship with him. There were very few things that could move David, and so far, only the battleships have been leaked. Everyone knew that once David's 200 battleships were fully staffed, even if they wanted to give him a gift, it would be impossible. 200 guard battleships, even I want to snatch them as my guard fleet. Grand Marshal Andre shook his head and laughed. With the ratio of 1 battleship to 1,000 battleships, David's guard fleet was equivalent to 20 full battleships gathered together. In terms of firepower alone, it was completely comparable to 50,000 battleships. If you're interested, I can give them to you. David said indifferently. For David, battleships were not much different from ordinary battleships. They could not threaten him, who was in the legendary rank. Haha, you're always saying nice things to make me happy, Grand Marshal Andre said with a laugh. Both he and David knew that the Guard fleet could not be given away. If Grand Marshal Andre really did so, his reputation would be damaged. With his status, reputation was more important than anything else. The Guard fleet of 200 battleships was completed faster than anyone had expected. 2 days later, David received the authority from Grand Marshal Andre. He now had military jurisdiction over Lydia. Minister Dalton also came to find him. Admiral David, do you know how much trouble you have caused me? Minister Dalton said with great resentment. How much trouble? Is there someone who wants to snatch the battleships? David asked with a smile as he poured water for Dalton. David did not believe that anyone would dare to snatch his battleships. He was now very popular in the Federal High Command. Every day, there would be generals fighting to meet him. Normally, he would not stay in his office. That was too annoying. He usually stayed in the villa. Only people like Minister Dalton, who had a good relationship with David, would know about David's villa. They would come to visit after making an appointment. There is no need for that. The 200 battleships are already full. However, it will take at least half a year to get them all here. Minister Dalton said when he saw David pouring water for him. His expression was much better. Then why is there so much trouble? David was puzzled. What else could it be? Do you know? How long does it take to build a battleship? From design to manufacturing to the configuration of weapons and scanning equipment to debugging, it takes about 5 years. The production of battleships is extremely low, so it will take another 5 years to prepare all the materials. Originally, some companies that can build battleships have stockpile battleships. These stockpile battleships are all for the military's old battleships after they are retired. The sudden addition of 200 battleships not only cleared out all the stockpiled battleships, but also ordered all the battleships under construction. The military will not have enough battleships to replace them for at least 10 years. Minister Dalton complained. The demand for battleships was low to begin with. Coupled with the complicated craftsmanship and the high difficulty of building them, the total production of all the military companies in the Interstellar Federation was extremely low. Originally, no matter how rich and powerful the people of the Federation were, they were not allowed to purchase and use battleships. However, due to the shortage of 200 battleships on David's side, the organizations that needed David's help cleared out all the battleships under the condition that they were not allowed to use the battleships themselves. Just build more battleships. If it's late, just replace them later. David said with a smile when he heard that it had nothing to do with him. That's true. That's why I've decided to delay the replacement of the 19th Fleet. Please don't blame me, Minister Dalton said with a smile. The 19th Fleet was David's direct, subordinate fleet. He finally understood why Minister Dalton had come over. Minister Dalton had probably run into some trouble. It just so happened that the 19th Fleet was also in need of retired battleships. If he replaced the 19th Fleet with new battleships, he would not be able to answer to the other fleets. How many battleships do you have to replace in the 19th Fleet? David asked. 2. Why don't you transfer 2 of your 200 frigates over? Minister Dalton suggested. No need. Help me spread the word that I still need 2 more battleships. This time, I'll pay with my own credits, David said with a smile. Minister Dalton understood what David meant. The 200 battleships quota had already been filled. There must be some organizations that had ordered battleships because they were a step late. Minister Dalton shook his head. These battleships were actually taken from the equipment department's purchasing power. However, it would block the other fleet's mouths. You don't lack credits. Just add some more credits. There are 200 Superstar Destroyer cannons in the equipment department's warehouse. Do you want me to modify them into main cannons? Minister Dalton asked with a smile. Will it cause you any trouble? David asked worriedly. If 200 Superstar Destroyer cannons were fired at once, even David's clone would not dare to be hit. Chapter 1060. Actually, this is what Marshal Andre told me. He said that you're the most likely to get into trouble. If you increase the firepower of your fleet, it will be less troublesome, so Marshal Andre won't have to clean up the mess for you. Minister Dalton said with a smile. David knew that things wouldn't be that easy. Superstar destroyer cannons were usually used in important defense bases, and the cost was a small matter. Many of the precious materials were harder to obtain than battleships. If battleships took more than a decade to build, then a superstar destroyer cannon would take more than a decade to build. However, after a superstar destroyer cannon was built, as long as it was properly maintained, it wouldn't be a problem to use it for hundreds of years. Battleships were the lowest capacity for superstar destroyer cannons. However, due to the difficulty of building superstar destroyer cannons, the military didn't equip them with superstar destroyer cannons. The main reason was that the military couldn't equip all the battleships with superstar destroyer cannons, so the equipment department didn't consider installing superstar destroyer cannons on battleships. After David gave his deputy to Grand Marshal Andre, Grand Marshal Andre started thinking about how to compensate David. The 200 superstar destroyer cannons this time was the compensation for David. David didn't care about his power and gave it to Grand Marshal Andre, but Grand Marshal Andre couldn't just accept it. Grand Marshal Andre had to do something. This wasn't for David, but for other people who might join Grand Marshal Andre. On the Jami planet, David's main body once again expended a huge amount of mental power to activate the mental innate ability Mindstorm, which doubled the speed of his main body's thinking, including his 137 soul avatars. A few minutes later, the tired David muttered to himself in confusion. What's the problem? Recently, as long as David's mental power recovered, he would activate the Thought Storm talent ability. This talent ability greatly improved his understanding of the rules. However, after his understanding of the rules reached a certain level, he encountered a problem. David's understanding of the power rule and the speed rule hasn't made any progress for a long time. It was like there was an invisible barrier in front of him. In contrast, when he put his mind on his 4 clones, sometimes with David's clones, to understand the Black Dragon power rule, they kept improving. Even the 4 clones around David had a faint vortex forming around them. This vortex had a radius of 10 kilometers, and the Black Dragon's power was rotating in a peculiar manner. One could vaguely see the Black Dragon's power forming a pattern. David himself could feel that the Black Dragon power in this vortex had formed a millstone-like effect. Any enemy in this area would be crushed by the power of the Black Dragon. Even if the enemy was strong enough to not be crushed by the power of the Black Dragon, their speed would be slowed down by the way the power of the Black Dragon flowed. Alexis, is this forming a rule domain? Why do I feel that it's different from the rule you're using? David asked Black Dragon Alexis. When David's clones were comprehending the Black Dragon power rule, they were using the Black Dragon Alexis as a template. However, the rule domain formed by the clones was completely different from the Black Dragon Alexis's rule domain. The Black Dragon power rule domain that the Black Dragon Alexis used in battle strengthened the defense of the Black Dragon Alexis. Even God-level experts couldn't easily hurt its divine body. However, although the Black Dragon power rule domain that David's clones comprehended was still immature, it already showed that this was an offensive rule domain. It's indeed the Black Dragon power rule domain. The reason why your rule domain is like this is probably related to your personality. You're more inclined to attack. No matter how much you deliberately imitate my rule domain, it's still your own rule domain in the end, the Black Dragon Alexis replied. Then why is it that when I'm only comprehending with 5 clones, the speed of comprehension is faster than when my main soul and 137 clones are using the Mindstorm talent ability? David asked the question in his heart. The 5 clones didn't use their spiritual talent. They were just comprehending normally. During this period of time, they had already comprehended the Black Dragon power rule domain. David's main body was constantly using the Mindstorm skill, but the effect wasn't as good as the 5 clones' comprehension. This shouldn't be. It's just that the speed rule is a little difficult to comprehend, but the strength rule should also have some progress. The Black Dragon Alexis said in confusion. Because of the master-servant contract and the fact that they had gone through life and death together, David had a lot of trust in the Black Dragon Alexis. All of David's talent abilities and his own cultivation experience were shared with the Black Dragon Alexis. During David's cultivation journey, although he had teachers, whether it was Master Galen in the early days or the teachers of the First College of Iridia later on, they didn't really give him much guidance. Especially when his strength increased too quickly, the teachers couldn't keep up with his progress very quickly. Even after coming to the great world of God, David didn't have a good teacher. The appearance of the Black Dragon Alexis, to a certain extent, replaced the role of a teacher. However, the Black Dragon Alexis didn't have any experience with the basic rules. It could only provide some opinions from the height of a god. Could it be related to the Emperor's inheritance pattern? I have a feeling that the Titan Golden Emperor I fought against was extremely crude in its use of power. This doesn't match its god-level strength at all. The Black Dragon Alexis guessed. The Black Dragon Alexis's guess wasn't groundless. When it fought against the Titan Golden Emperor, it realized that the Titan Golden Emperor was completely using its own body and didn't really use its divine power. The Titan Golden Emperor was different from the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis didn't become a god through faith, but through strengthening its body. The Titan Golden Emperor, on the other hand, was using both methods at the same time. While strengthening its body, it was also absorbing the power of faith to form divine power. However, it was obvious that the Titan Golden Emperor's use of divine power was reserved for strengthening its body. The Titan Golden Emperor's strongest ability was its natural ability, the Titan body. This was an innate ability of the Zergs, and it didn't have much to do with the god level. When the Black Dragon Alexis learned that the god-level Zergs were cultivating through the Emperor's inheritance pattern, it guessed that there must be some flaws in this cultivation method. According to the rules of any world, it was impossible to rapidly increase one's strength without paying a price. This didn't conform to the rules of the world. The Black Dragon Alexis guessed that while the Emperor's inheritance pattern rapidly increased one's strength, it also increased the difficulty of comprehending the rules. The Zerg's comprehension of the rules was a kind of instinct. They specialized in one type of power for their entire life, and this power would naturally be comprehended into the rules through continuous use. In particular, the Emperor's inheritance pattern could also be used to pass down certain rules. Even the rule domain could be formed through the Emperor's inheritance pattern. This made the owner of the pattern lack the process of comprehension. David nodded. He had a feeling that what the Black Dragon Alexis said was very likely true. One had to know that the brainstorm spiritual talent was extremely terrifying. Logically speaking, every time the brainstorm spiritual talent was used, it would more or less increase one's comprehension of the rules. However, David felt a wall, an invisible but real wall that blocked him from completely comprehending the rules. If it was before he obtained the clone, David might have to consider how to deal with the Emperor's inheritance pattern. This was because a normal clone couldn't withstand the power of the Emperor's inheritance pattern. Even if it was used by a legendary rank Zerg clone, it wouldn't be able to share the godly strengthening effect with the main body. David was very greedy. He wanted to get rid of the possible flaws of the Emperor's inheritance pattern, but he also wanted the rapid improvement effect of the Emperor's inheritance pattern. Using a clone to carry the Emperor's inheritance pattern was the best choice. The clone had the body of a black dragon, and its current strength had reached the legendary rank. It could completely bear the Emperor's inheritance pattern alone, as long as David's main body needed it. He could connect with the clone at any time to strengthen himself through the divine power of the Emperor's inheritance pattern. Most importantly, the clone had already comprehended the Black Dragon Force rule domain. If it continued to comprehend the Black Dragon Force rule domain, there were still 4 clones that could continue to do so and share their comprehensions with the clone. David summoned a clone and had the Black Dragon Alexis stand guard at the side. He didn't want any accidents to happen to the Emperor's inheritance pattern during the transfer process. With the black dragon Alexis protecting him, his safety was guaranteed. David's mind entered the small world of his soul space and carefully transferred the Emperor's inheritance pattern from the small world to the clone through the soul connection between him and the clone. Just as the Emperor's inheritance pattern left the small world of his soul space, he felt a sudden tremor in his soul space. After that, the feeling of being surrounded by faith disappeared by more than half, which made him feel relaxed. David knew that the faith that disappeared was provided by the Zergs in the chaotic star field. Although the chaotic star field had been taken back, there were still traces of the Zergs in every corner of the chaotic star field. It would take far too long to completely clean up the chaotic star field, and the Zergs that were scattered in the chaotic star field were all very low level. Their value determined the strength of the Zergs hunting them. Perhaps even a level 4 Sky Knight wouldn't be interested in hunting Zergs in the chaotic star field, and a level 3 Earth Knight wouldn't have the ability to fight in space. They would have to wait for the shrines or the Supreme Council to release a mission to clean up the chaotic star field. The Emperor's inheritance pattern was transferred into the clone's soul. David's main soul carefully took back the mark of ownership from the Emperor's inheritance pattern and controlled the clone's soul to recognize the Emperor's inheritance pattern as its master. There were no problems during the whole process, and the transfer of the Emperor's inheritance pattern was not as troublesome as expected. After David's main body lost the Emperor's inheritance pattern, the feeling of having to suppress his strength at all times also disappeared. He didn't have to worry about accidentally becoming a demigod anymore. The moment he took back the mark of ownership from the Emperor's inheritance pattern, he felt his mind clear up. Somehow, David had a feeling that the wall in front of him had disappeared. He would definitely be able to understand the deeper level of the rule of strength and rule of speed. After resting for a while and waiting for his spirit to recover fully, he once again used his spirit to activate the Thought Storm spiritual talent ability. David's main soul and 137 soul clones were all extremely active. He felt the mysterious nature of the world and understood the content that couldn't be described with any words. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of surprise. Although the effect of using his spirit to activate the Thought Storm spiritual talent ability was not obvious, he did feel something new. His understanding of the rule of strength and rule of speed had increased a little. Although it was just a little bit of understanding, as long as there was an increase, he could continuously use the Thought Storm spiritual talent ability to explode and accumulate time after time to completely control the rule of strength and rule of speed. Before this, all of David's efforts had been fruitless. To him, who had always been improving rapidly, this was an extremely despairing thing. "Alexis, you were right," David said to the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. "There is no perfect training system in this world. The Emperor's inheritance pattern has already subverted this point in many ways, but it still restricts the expansion of the rules of the bug tribe. However, sacrificing the expansion of the rules to reach the 100% God-level effect, if the giant dragons had such an inheritance method, they would also choose it," Black Dragon Alexis said emotionally. The Emperor's inheritance pattern could only be nurtured in the bloodline of the Emperor of the Bug Tribe, and the proportion was extremely small. This was already a restriction of the world's rules. In addition, the Emperor's inheritance pattern suppressed the God-level Bug Tribe's understanding of the rules. This made it very difficult for the God-level Bug Tribe to have a true understanding of power. Instead, they were all God-level bugs that only knew how to use power. However, this did not mean that the Emperor's inheritance pattern was bad. No matter what kind of crisis the Bug Tribe world faced, as long as the bloodline was not broken, there was a chance for a God-level Bug Tribe to rise again. Every God-level Bug Tribe God-level was a dual cultivator with a godly body and faith. Their lifespan was almost unlimited, and they could keep accumulating God-level bugs, making the Bug Tribe stronger. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.